All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible and amazing weekend. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Eamon. How are you fine folks today?
Great. Hey, look, for me, the weekend is still happening. So it's a long weekend here. But we're here because the markets are open. So,
nice. Well, what is it in Canada today up there?
Well, it's officially it's Victoria Day. Unofficially, it's the May 2-4 weekend, which is really the start of summer for us. So,
okay.
First official weekend of summer. So it's unfortunately today it's rainy. It was beautiful yesterday. Fantastic weather here yesterday. Actually, the first real warm day of the year. But now it's now it's not so good. So.
All right, there you go. Amy, how are you, my friend?
Well, it's not as long of a weekend here as is for Peter, but it's good. It's good. Whenever there is sun, whenever the weather is warm, I'm happy. So you'll hear me saying it's good and perfect until probably September.
Yeah, I hear that. All right, friends, let's get to a quick look at our gap list. Let's brought to you by tradingterminal.com, friends. As you can see, bunch of stuff in the green as the market's not bouncing. It's pretty much flat the most part, but I got a couple of things in the green, especially a lot of space talk over the weekend, and you can see here some of those space tickers in the green and feeling good with their the big IPO happening sometime soon. We don't know exactly when, but we'll see what's going on there. And then gapping down this morning, got a couple of things leading here the way: Mara, Lee, and some other ones, United Health, HIMSS. HIMSS been on our gappers list quite a bit, both up and down. So we'll see what's driving them lower this morning, and we'll get into all of that. But first, let's take a quick look. Friday in 60 seconds, brought to you by Eamon.
All right, guys. So what a difference one day makes, right? On Thursday, we had the market celebrating history, Dow above 50,000, S&P above 7,500, AI stocks like going straight to the moon. But then Friday happened. Gap down, ugly sideways price action, followed by a sell-off at the end of the day. The entire market got hit as yields exploded higher one more time. I think the 30-year treasury yield pushed above 5.1%, and traders started asking the same question that I didn't want to hear. What if rates stay high for much longer? And once yields started moving, the strongest sector that we've seen in a while dropped. Intel dropped around 6%, AMD, Micron, I think they all followed each other, so we had a 6% drop almost on everything. NVDA also cooled down after a few days of a straight run to the upside. And to be fair, even though the market sold off, it wasn't a really big sell-off, and this did not feel like panic. It felt more like traders either suddenly realizing how extended the AI market had become, which is unlikely, right? Or maybe just was taking some profits at the end of the week. Even some of the newer AI names, Cerebras, which made the highs of $390 on Thursday, sitting right now around $280. And it sold off 10% on Friday. This is the type of price action that you usually start seeing when momentum gets overstretched. And oil also added some fuel to the fire. The West Texas industry crude pushed back to $103 after the summit ended with no real Iran breakthrough. So that's still something to keep an eye on. And the interesting part that the economic data was actually strong. The Empire State Manufacturing Index, it crushed all the expectations. And normally that would be a good sign, but the market really did not care. The thing behind that is that strong economic data, it creates a problem. What problem? Strong economic data means that the Fed has listened to cut rates. So Friday was one of these moments where good news turned into bad news. The yield spiked, the momentum cracked, and traders found a reason to lock in some profits. So yeah, that's about Friday, and let's move to what to expect this week. This week is actually interesting. It's a mix of three things: the consumer, AI, and interest rates. Every single day has a different story. Monday starts with housing and China. Housing being one of the weirdest parts of economy. Millions of Americans are locked in 3% mortgage rates from a few years ago, which means that they refuse to sell. Why do they refuse to sell? Because if they buy something else, they will be locked into 7% mortgage rates, right? So the housing market is kind of frozen. A lot of people want to move, and a lot of people cannot afford to move. China also releases the major economic data overnight, and I think this would be more important than it usually is, because this would be the first look after at the Chinese economy after the Beijing summit that we had last week. And China also has a massive problem. The massive problem is the property sector. It has been contracting for almost 3 years straight, and the housing or the property sector is really important for China, because once in a time it made around 1/3 of whole Chinese economy. Tuesday, we'll have the American consumer. This is where things will be interesting because gas prices are high, the credit card balances are around the records, the student loan payments are back, and the interest rates are also high. But consumers are still spending. So Wall Street is trying to figure out right now, is the consumer actually strong, or people are just still financing everything? I think Wednesday would probably be one of the biggest days for the week, because we've got the FOMC minutes, and the traders will be reading every single sentence carefully. They'll be looking for clues about how serious the Fed is about keeping these rates high. But I think the real event that we are going to have is going to be on NVIDIA's earnings after the close, sometime midweek, Wednesday or Thursday, for what date it's going to be. But basically, NVIDIA is not going to be seen as a normal company. It's like the AI economy itself. The Wall Street expects around $80 billion in quarterly revenue. And think about that, guys. $80 billion in one single quarter. That's literally larger than the yearly revenue for a lot of S&P 500 companies, right? And
Jeez.
one of the scariest parts out there is that these numbers might not be enough. Why is that? Because expectations around AI are so extreme that people are expecting so much from NVIDIA to deliver. So even if these numbers are high, if they don't meet the expectations that people are waiting for, NVIDIA could sell off. And finally, Thursday, the real economy day. Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, and I think this is the closest thing the investors are keeping an eye on inside the American households. Why is that? Because Walmart will tell you if consumers are going to cheaper products. Home Depot will tell you if homeowners are still spending on renovations, and Lowe's will tell you whether people still feel financially comfortable enough to upgrade their homes. And finally, Friday, at the end of the week, we'll have the SpaceX IPO news. I mean, maybe we will, maybe we will not, right? But I think if we don't get it anytime during this week, then probably on Friday we're going to get at least some sort of news. This is something that a lot of traders are waiting for, keeping an eye on. And that's it. I think we're having a really good week ahead of us. We'll see what's going to happen. So yeah, let's leave it to Peter and Carlos for some comments and to move on further with the show.
Yep, absolutely, man. Looking forward to that. NVIDIA, I think all of us are, and we'll see if they can blow it out of the park. Before we get into more of that, Peter, let us know what our U.S. economic calendar looks like for this morning in more detail.
Well, this is an easy one because it is empty. As you can see, there is nothing on it. So we got this, I don't even know what this is, Tick Net long-term transaction. I've never even heard of this, but it comes out at the market close. We got nothing today. So very light day from an economic data. We're just going to, I think we're sort of in a sit and wait mode. Like Eamon was saying, last week I feel like the markets sort of, sort of retraced a little bit, but nothing severe. And I don't expect a lot of action today, but we'll see. You just never know on any given day. Just because there's nothing specific happening doesn't mean that stocks can't give us some good trades and make some good movement. So we'll go to the gappers list and see what's happening there. Yeah, but from an economic calendar, Carlos, it is dead. Nothing.
All right, very, very quiet as you see it there. So, all right, friends, let's jump into our gappers list. This is far from quiet, especially to the upside of things. We got a couple of things in there we can look at and see how things are looking today, how we build our watch list going into the market open. I got to say, I don't know about you guys, but it's been usual suspects for me, right? So, and they've been trading very well. So let's see if we can pull off something different out of this list this morning already. I'm seeing a few of our tickers here gapping up huge. HCAI up 70% this morning. Massive move up. And that's halfway down from their peak this morning, right? So they were up as high as, was this 1836 this morning, back down to about 9 or so. So they've really been high flying. Hot Chuang AI Parking. Is that really the name of this company? I love it. AI Parking garage. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but I would love to see an AI parking garage. It takes the car, just goes parks it for me, and brings it back when I come up to the entrance. That'd be awesome. Like what was this place? They have the cars they sell, Carvana. Like a Carvana parking lot would be amazing. So Peter, I'm not sure what these guys do, but Huchuang AI parking up huge this morning, down from the highs currently. The flow is tiny flow, guys. Look at here, less than 1 million for sure. And again, that's I hope it's 400,000, not 40,000, but 400,000 is what I'm showing there on this one. Peter, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. You try and I've been trying to go to their website and I get page does not exist. That's never good for your company when your website doesn't seem to exist. I really have no idea. This is a company with 19 million of sales reportedly, a tiny micro float of only 600,000 shares. And yeah, I mean they're listed as a heavy equipment company, AI parking management. I don't know. Maybe they provide, like you said, those automated parking machines. I really have no idea. I mean, a month ago they did a 1-for-30 reverse split. So yeah, so this used to be like a penny stock. It just happens to be in the $10 range now, but divide whatever price you see by 30. This is really a 30-cent stock if you want to use that math roughly, right? So I don't see any news, Carlos. No idea why it's here at this point. I don't care. I'm not trading this. That's craziness. I'm not putting my money into this.
Yeah, and we'll leave it alone, guys. Way too much of a low flow here. Yes, it is in play. It's not our thing as far as strategies. Continuing here, we got Ramp is next, and this one is a buyout. Only know that because I heard it this morning on Bloomberg. They're being bought out by another company there at $38 or something. And one of the comments they said, Peter, that this company was up huge, and then the other company, I forgot the name, was also up like 2-3%. Yeah, and the guy was saying, like, it's weird. We know this because we've seen plenty of buyouts. Usually the company that buys out also gaps down. At the time he was announcing it, he didn't note that both companies are winning this morning. So here's Ramp up 27%. Probably not going to be tradable for us this morning based on that. But Peter, any other news on this today?
No, you covered it. I mean, Publicis Group is the name of the company, and yeah, they're paying $38.50 a share. There's nothing to trade here because the price is not going to move. So
yeah, so we'll see what we can move on from this one, guys. Not tradable. CNPS is the next one on deck, and this is 15%, 468,000 shares traded. Daily has been in play the last month or so. Looks like April 15. I want to say, is this April 15? Can't tell what day it is. April 20th. Had a nice gap up, a little bit of increase in volume, more volume than what they normally do in the last month or so. But today, gapping up 15%, 468,000 shares traded. The float on this one is 93 million shares flow, so it's a little bit on the higher side. But again, it's just not something that looks interesting to me. But let's see, Peter, what's the news on this one? Maybe that can help us decide whether we add this or not.
They got something that's called a priority voucher from the FDA, which is accelerating their ability to release some medication that they've developed. This is a Compass Pathways, which is a mental health company. I'm all for that, supportive, of course, of any effort to improve mental health. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of like our Monday type news, right? This is a biotech, so it's basically biotech news and releasing a new treatment, and it's got them spiking. They're a low float. I don't actually have a float here. I see that there's 135 shares outstanding total. I don't know how many are available in the public markets, but so technically, I don't think this is a low float. It's a company out of the UK, but Carlos, I usually I just, unless there's something very specific going on, I will just ignore all of these. And looking at the price action this morning, it doesn't look great. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We'll skip on this one, friends. Heading back to our gap versus here, brought to you by TradingTerminal.com, friends. You can always head over there and get more tools just like this one: Market Atlas, scanners, replay. All that's available to you there. D is next. So D this morning looks like we've seen this stock before because I got very old levels. When I see my levels come up like this in DAS, then there's just a black box. That means I did this levels who knows how long ago. Usually that's what ends up happening. So I don't even remember ever having this thing on my watch list. But they're here today. They're gapping up 15%. Pre-market action looks pretty bad. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the volume is. So, I don't like this one. Gapping up pretty nicely this morning as far as the percentage, but not the details. It's a massive float, guys, 877 million. So, again, if you like this one, it is in play today, Peter. I don't like what I see here in the pre-market or even the daily at this point.
Yeah, and this is a buyout, but we're going to see some movement on the price because it's an all-stock deal. So NextEra Energy, who trade under the ticker NEE, is doing an all-stock buyout for Dominion Energy, D. So basically, you're going to, it looks like NEE is the acquirer. They are going to be paying 0.8138 shares of NEE for every share of D out there when this deal closes, which will make it a pretty big $67 billion deal. So their stock prices are going to be linked until the deal closes. Doesn't mean they're going to move very well. NEE, I notice, has very low volume this morning. D's got a little over 1 million shares. NEE only has 190,000 shares. So either way, these buyouts, even in an all stock deal, while they can move a little bit more, I still don't like them. They're not going to give us the same type of trading that we're used to if you trade the tech stocks.
Yeah. The tech stocks they do have us spoiled a little bit here. I do have to say that.
Yeah.
TE is next on there. We'll probably stop there. Let me see. There's some other ones down here might be more interesting. I know Poet. A lot of people like watching this one in our chat room and also on YouTube and X. By the way, if you're hanging out in those places, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. I'm not sure what X could do. X just hit a comment or something. I'm not sure. And let us know that you are there. So, yeah, I love you guys for hanging out with us today. Really appreciate it. You could be anywhere else, but you're hanging out here with us for the BBT pre-market show. All right, so let's go to TE. TE is next this morning, and we've seen this before, T1 Energy, but today they're gapping up 12.5, 7.5 million shares traded. So tons of volume this morning as they're rocking here today. They're hit or miss. They can trade, they can be explosive if that sector's doing something. Today, these guys are popping up pretty good, as high as 712 back down to 636 in the last couple of minutes or so. I'm not a big fan of energy stocks. I usually avoid them. We used to be, EMPH and some other ones that, can trade very well. But for the most part, not a big fan of having these on my watch list.
No, and I don't like it either. The T1 Energy. They did have some news that there was a private equity investment firm that's taking a large stake in them. That's what's causing the jump here. But just just because one company's taking an equity stake, it doesn't continue the price action. So we've seen a little bit of movement here early on, but I don't expect it to continue, unfortunately. I mean, big volume, 7.6 million shares traded hands this morning, but I don't think I don't expect it to continue. I could be wrong, but I don't expect it to continue. Maybe, we don't have anything on our list yet, Carlos. Maybe I'll put it on a secondary just to see what happens, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time watching it.
Yeah, I agree. Just logging into X here and some other news a minute. So you could tell the X feed knows I like airplane news because they're filling me up today with all kinds of airplane news, not good ones. Here's a World War II era seaplane makes emergency landing in a Phoenix Street. So look at that thing going there. So some great piloting, man. I gotta tell you. Look at that. The guy misses the sign. That's good. You don't want to clip that wing and flip. He misses the sign, and there's a landing there. So not bad. What a irony. You have a seaplane, and there's no water near sight. And then unfortunately, no sea anywhere, no river, no nothing, no pond. Oh, boy. And then this was unfortunate. A couple of fighter jets at the air show got a little bit too comfy and close, and there they go. They were thankfully able to eject out safely. 4 of them. See if 4 parachutes come out there, and everybody's safe. Nobody hit on the ground. But yeah, as you can tell, not a great weekend for aviation as far as these smaller planes. So
you have a lot of planes on your feeds, Carlos.
I get they know they got me.
Every week we have a plane almost hit someone.
The algos,
plane flying over someone's head.
Look, even this guy. What is this guy doing here? He's running behind. What's going on? Yeah, they got me, man. They know this is for you. Yeah, they got the aviation on me. They got me tagged, man. They got me tagged. This thing here, though, this is the scary part about these planes that help people, like that do tours and stuff like that. They're old. World War II era, like seriously.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with these. You go to the Caribbean, you see these planes they're flying. They're old. They're not your regular passenger planes. They have a life limit that they can use them for. But these guys, their license is different, so they fly these really old, rusty planes. Scary stuff, man. So just be careful if you take in one of the stores.
Right.
Just be careful.
Did you see the?
It's just that
Oh, go ahead, Damon.
Okay, I said that just they're not exploding. That's the good thing. They don't need to land. You see?
Yeah,
that?
it's usually
safe enough.
It's usually the engine. It's usually the engine that goes out. That's the scary part with these things, right? And they don't, they're not going fast to explode. They don't usually got jet engines and stuff like that. It's props mostly, but yeah, it's scary stuff. You're gonna say, Peter?
Did you see the video last week of the guy that got sucked into the jet engine intake?
Yeah. This guy's just walking down like he's on a on a street.
He was doing he was one of the support crew or whatever doing maintenance, but yeah, wrong place at the wrong time. Just as they started.
He was supposed to be at the airport.
No, not the guy that was walking across the runway.
Oh, somebody else.
That was something altogether different. No. This was like a military jet plane. The guy got. See this one. He was doing his maintenance, and the guy ramped up the and he just got sucked right into the jet intake.
Did he survive?
He survived because his helmet got stuck head first, and somehow they managed to pull him out. He had broken collarbone and 8 broken ribs, and anyways, whatever. He was beat the shit, but he managed to survive that. Yeah, they said it's just dumb luck that he got wedged sort of sideways, and the air intake is barely the size of a human. It was amazing to see him just go right up in there.
Oh man, I got my feet's not keeping up today here. I don't have that one on here.
Anyways, right.
Oh man.
Anyways.
All right,
how
friends.
How we go from jets to cars? Because
let's do it.
Want to jump around. Ford has been in play for the last couple of days. We haven't really been paying attention to it because normally Ford is not a great trading stock. Now Friday it dropped, but it's been sort of, look at all the volume that has ramped up on it over the last few days, and are seeing it already this morning. Over 2 million shares traded already this morning, and I'm not really sure why it's active. I mean, there is some news. They've decided to build a new plant. They're going to be building Ford Broncos in Valencia, Spain, as part of their European renewal strategy. They did announce an energy deal last week, and I think that's probably what's got it moving, is that Ford, I mean, you don't I don't know. I don't think of Ford with, pure play energy, although they have been, like all auto manufacturers, you have to get into the EV sector. But they've signed a deal with EDF Power Solutions to build a 20 gigawatt battery energy storage system. So, sort of signaling that they're more interested in getting into the power pure play space. Which, we've been talking about this. Everybody needs power, and everybody's, doesn't matter what type of power you're providing. If you can sort of jump into the AI data center energy provision space, then you're hot commodity. So it looks like Ford is getting on that trend, and their stock has been active for the last couple of days. I said Friday was sort of a retracement if you wanted to trade it, but I noticed Wednesday, Thursday, it was moving higher. So some interesting movement, surprisingly, out of Ford, because normally this is not a stock I pay attention to. So it might be active again today. Just thought I'd put it on your radar since it is gapping up a little bit with some good volume. So,
yeah, 2.2 million shares traded here so far in 6.1 as far as the gap up this morning. All right, before we get to our gap down, let's do maybe we want to do social post or feature story. What we like to do? We got a couple of minutes before we get.
Let's start with the social pulse.
Let's do that, and then we'll hand it off after you're done over to Jared in our chat room. We're starting the engineering the markets at 8:30 every Monday through Friday. But yeah, take us through our social posts, and then we'll jump over to Jared.
Awesome. So today's debate is simple. Is Friday's sell-off was just a healthy pullback, or it is the beginning of something bigger? The bear case starts with oil. Dan Niels made it a really important point on CNBC. Oil spikes have shown up before most of the recessions. And the issue is not oil popping up for 1 or 2 days. The real problem is when oil stays high for long enough to hit inflation, consumer, and the Fed. That's what makes this market nervous, because if oil keeps inflation hot, the Fed cannot easily cut rates. And if the Fed cannot cut rates, then all of these expensive AI and tech stocks will suddenly look much more vulnerable to all this situation. Now, the bull case is different. Kevin Warsh said that AI could actually help bring inflation down over time. Why? Because AI can make companies more efficient, it's fewer costs, it's more productivity, and it's better margins. So maybe he looks at AI and says the economy can grow faster without creating as much inflation. That would be bullish, right? But here is the problem. AI is a long-term disinflation story, but oil is right now inflation problem. And right now, traders are dealing with higher oil, higher yields, and a new Fed chair who may communicate less than Powell. And that's important because the market got Powell talking a lot, explaining a lot, giving hints, and Warsh, based on what he was saying, and we talked about last week, he might not do that. We'll see how it goes. So traders may have to deal with less guidance and more uncertainty now. And that, again, brings us to the real question. Was Friday just a small pullback the buyers are waiting for, or Friday was the first warning that oil yields, Fed uncertainty are finally catching up to this AI rally? So that's what's going on in the socials right now. The Fed minutes will come on Wednesday, and I think we're all waiting for that. We'll see what's going to happen. And until then, trade safe, and let's hand it to Jared.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Eamon. All right, over in chat, we hand it over to you, Jared. Guys, have a great trading morning. We'll see you guys a little bit later. All right, continuing here, guys. Let's see what's happening in our. Actually, before we go to our gap down, Peter, anything you like in the gap up that we haven't covered? It's a couple down here. Lunar, we got the list. I could tell it keeps growing a little bit here. So plenty of stuff building up. Anything you like that we haven't covered on the gap up?
Well, I mean, nothing that I like particularly. It's interesting to see Cerebras is on the list. That's the chip company that had its IPO last week, CBRS. I noticed the vol. I mean, it's tough to know what's going to happen with this one because we only have 2 days of trading background and experience on this, so we don't really have a lot of history. Volume did decrease, as you would expect, the day after the IPO. It's still reasonable, but I'm concerned about the ramp. We had 33 million shares traded on the first day, only 17 million on Friday. Today, if we keep that trend, we're going to get about 8 million shares. We'll see if it halves again. So I'm hoping that this was going to stay in place so that we can have a little fun with it, but it looks like it's sort of ramping down quickly. We'll see. We'll see if there's still any interest in trading this. At this point, it's not. There's no news. It's just an IPO, right? So that's what's got people interested. Carlos, other than that, I mean, we see a lot of some of the familiar names, like you mentioned. Lunar's on that now. Service Now is on the list. I noticed that Marvell is there, but none of them have anything special going on that I can see. So I don't see anything to write home about. So if I was just going to default, I default back to the usuals. I mean, like NVIDIA, it's not on our list because it's only up 1.3%, but it is up. The volume looks good this morning. I like it. I think it looks okay. AMD looks okay this morning. Volume's a lot lower on that at only 500,000 shares, but looks okay to me. So I think that I think there's nothing wrong with sticking with what right? If you prefer Intel or Micron, there's some good trading opportunities in just in the old, the usual, the regulars.
Yeah, agreed. It is going to be that type of day, it looks like here. Let's see what's gapping down before we hop into some of those usual suspects and also get from you guys what do you guys like this morning. Let's go to LI. LI, we are down 9.1, 558,000 shares traded. And just interesting, one big drop this morning and just sideways. Hasn't really moved anywhere. So sitting at 1683 right now. And hasn't really done much. So very interesting drop here. I don't think it's really in play. I love the drop of 9.1. Peter, any news driving that? Although we have barely any volume.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, I hadn't looked it up. There's been a lot of talk about EVs. It feels like over the last couple of weeks, but not a lot of action. Right? Not much has changed. They did launch a new vehicle, the L9. Launched and looks like that well, let's see, 9% well then yeah, okay, so they launched their new vehicle and the sales weren't quite as high as expected. Now that being said, I mean this is not a large global launch. It's mostly Chinese based. However, the analysts are not impressed with the vehicle. They say it's not really a game changer. It's just they've added some higher level trims into their existing vehicles. So their sales forecast say they're going to sell about 5,000 units a month. But the LI has been dropping on their deliveries for the last little while. So I don't, Carlos, I don't know. I mean, I don't like it. It's unfortunate because we used to have so much fun trading these EV companies, but
yeah,
they just they haven't looked good for so long. And they're so tough. Look at that daily chart. Just like how it's like gappy every day. And then when you actually get the trading, you get these tiny little candles. Like it's not, it's just not, it's not fun. It's not tradable. Yeah. It's not easy to take advantage of that. So yeah.
Yeah, very, very small move throughout the intraday again. So we'll leave that one alone. All right. Let's see here. Where did AI go? Wasn't the gap down? What happened? It disappeared. Interesting. All right. Oh, even the gap doesn't like. I'm sorry. Sorry. LI. It was on here, right? It was just on here. I don't see it now. All right, interesting. All right, let's continue. Let's go to HIMS. It's still down 9.2, 560,000 shares traded. So, but it's just not showing on the list anymore. All right, we'll go to HIMS. We'll come back to PIII, whatever this is, in a second. But here's HIMS, guys. We are down to 4.2, 914,000 shares traded. This has been on our gap up list with some good news, down with some bad news, some more. I mean, it's just like a roller coaster on this HIMS situation. So we were down slightly this morning. We did hit a low of like 22.73. Back up from that since then, 23.95 at the moment. But Peter, clearly something happening. We got a 914,000 shares traded. What is the latest and greatest with HIMS?
Yeah, they just issued some more debt. $300 million private placement in convertible senior notes that are due in a while, 2032. plus another 45 million in options. So they basically say they need the cash to fund international expansion, technology, and AI platform investments. So they're basically throwing, and how much of that are they going to spend in AI? I don't know, but throw it in there, right? That's what you do these days. So, but anyways, secondary offering basically.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, we definitely don't like the way those trades. Usually not good. PIII. Let's see what we got here. P3 Health Partners. This is not going to trade well. 239,000 shares traded. It is down 20%, but this doesn't look good at all. On Friday, though, look at Friday. Friday did have a nice big pop here, about 523 all the way up to 14 and change. So did trade well on Friday. Tons of volume, 65 million. So maybe a second day play. Hey, listen, did it before. Maybe you can do it today. A float on this one is 1.8 million. It just does not fit any of my criteria as far as day trading. So I won't have it on my list. But if you want to look for a possible second day play, how did it actually do that on Friday? Let's go back here. Actually, a lot cleaner than what I thought. I thought it was going to be very messy. It looks a lot cleaner. Maybe a couple of halts in here. But for the most part, not too crazy for what we've seen out of low floats in the past.
Yeah, but nothing for us to get excited about today. It's really a second day play. It's a natural pullback. They had earnings last week, which is why they had jumped up. And they had a positive earnings for the first time. They actually made some money. They raised their guidance for the full year, so that was good. I think they're just sort of getting they're just pulling back a little bit from that. And Carlos, I'm not getting this one anywhere near my list. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, we'll leave that one alone for sure, friends. Let's take a look at the next one here. Is going. Oh, there's Lee. Lee's back. He's just messing with us on and off the list. UNH, United Health, on here this morning. And let's take a look what's going on here. Down 3.4, 282,000 shares traded. Pulling back from some of the recent highs. This thing has been on a nice run ever since end of March. You can see the rally that it has been on and doing very well. So Peter, definitely in play this morning. We are down 3.4 though, pulling back from that. Do we like this one for today? And any news making the drastic drop this morning?
This might be worth trading. It could drop a little bit further. Berkshire Hathaway filed their 13F filings, and the market's got a hold of them. In that, they revealed that they fully exited all of their entire stake in United Health. So, when Berkshire Hathaway makes a move, the market usually listens. Even in this post, the Oracle of Omaha is retired, but his legacy lives on, right? So it's not Buffett, pulling the strings anymore. It doesn't matter. Berkshire Hathaway is still a force to be reckoned with, and when they exit a position, the market sort of starts to ask why. And this is the result of asking why, right? The stock drops. So I think there could be a little bit more downside. It might be worth keeping an eye on. I don't know. I mean, it's this one's iffy. It occasionally will give some trading. I have watched it. I have traded it. It can be okay, but it's never been like super awesome in my opinion. But what the heck? We have so few things on the list, Carlos. I'll keep an eye and see if maybe we can get a little bit of movement after the opening bell.
Yeah, I'll slap it on there as secondary list here. Why not? Like you said, our list is very, very light this morning. We'll see what we find for us today here. All right, let's see what else, friends. Let's do a couple of more hitting the gap down, and that will kind of cover it. We looked at all these at the top. P3, Lee, HIMS, UNH, MSTR, and LITE are next. Let's take a look at how MSTR is doing this morning. The only one of his peers here today. So they're down 2.9, 585,000 shares traded daily, pulling back from the highs, from the recent highs here, down to 172. Peter, I don't see anything explosive, but it is getting a little bit of volume this morning.
And this is not because of their core business. I mean, they have gone with this treasury strategy for crypto coins, cryptocurrency, and crypto is down a little bit this morning, but that's not what's moving them. It's a secondary offering. They're issuing a $1.5 billion worth of convertible senior notes, so to raise a bunch of cash, and that's why the stock is dropping. So nothing to see here.
Right. Nothing to see there, friends. There you go. Okay. Let's see. The next one is You went no LITE.
Oh.
LITE moving up the list.
Carlos,
Trying to. I'm right here. Can you hear me?
He disappeared.
Oh, you can't hear me?
There. No, there you are. He's back.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Not sure if I hit the mute button, but I thought I was here. The next one is LITE, LITE. So LITE this morning on the list here, as you can see, down 3.1, 227,000 shares traded, and it is moving quite a bit. Man, 940 is the price tag on this thing. So pretty high price ticker here this morning.
Yeah, and I don't see any news. I mean, this has been one of the, tech type stocks that has been on a rise. All of these companies that provide equipment that support AI data centers have been going up, right? Whether you're an optical equipment company, a data storage company, an energy supplier, even some construction companies have been going up. Lumentum here is just one of those where, they provide some fiber optic support equipment for AI data centers. They've been on a rise over the last few months, right? Since the beginning of the year. Yeah, they've they've like quadrupled in price. They were $250 in December. Look at them, over $1,000 last week. So this is just a little bit of its normal gyration. I'm surprised we haven't seen this earlier. But really, I guess their average volume's a little bit lower, so they don't normally make our list. But yeah, they've been sort of going well, haven't they? I would have thought they'd been on our list a little more often, Carlos. But
same here.
Enough volume.
Yeah, it could be the volume. Maybe on the date that they are getting the volume is so low, or now the days they are getting the volume, other tickers. I mean, remember this list for us has been massive on a couple of times here, right? So maybe it's just getting overshadowed by everything else moving much nicer. But in play, typically not my type of ticker, so I won't be watching it. But if you do like it here, good point, Peter. This thing has been rocking since November, sitting at 195, under 200, and look at that, the last couple of months just exploding to 941 and higher. So pretty cool stuff there. All right, friends, that covers our gap up and gap down. Peter, anything you like on the gap down side of things this morning?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things I like that don't make the list, but Tesla looks active this morning. We've already got 1 million shares traded on it. It's been moving nicely. It's been moving nicely for a couple of days, in fact. So maybe the fun times are back. 400, sitting over $400. That's a good spot for it. 419 right now. So we know 420 is a big price that it tends to gravitate towards. So Tesla, I feel, has been in play. I mentioned Netflix earlier. Netflix is another one. Sorry, not Netflix, NVIDIA, but it's on the gap up list. Netflix is not doing anything right now. And anyways, it's horrible. Ignore that one. PLTR is another one that's got some decent volume this morning. A little tougher trade, though, I found in the last couple of sessions. Friday was not a good trading day for PLTR. So, so I don't know. I just always keep an eye on it because you just never know, right, Carlos? Like we keep saying, it's the day that we stop watching that PLTR does something amazing. It seems like it's always doing that to us. So I don't know. So I don't know whether to like pretend not to watch and then and then I can see it so I can catch the moves or what. But yeah, it feels like it's just waiting for us to lose focus. But one that's surprising me over the last few days is Microsoft. Microsoft is down just marginally, 0.3% this morning. But it was doing pretty good last week. Some good movement this morning. They do have some news that Bill Ackman took a bigger stake in Microsoft. So I don't know. Maybe that'll get a little enthusiasm for it. I mean, the volume's pretty modest this morning, just under 500,000 shares. But you can always keep an eye on Microsoft, in my opinion. So those are the few things that I've got. Otherwise, quiet Monday here. Yeah,
sure. It seems that way, at least for now. As we're getting ready to start this week and start this trading day. So, all right, there it is, friends. Before we get to all of you guys, let's go to Eamon. Eamon, let's go to our feature story for today, see what we got going on there, and then we'll come back and pick off some tickets from you guys that might make our list this morning.
Well, let's go to the feature story. The feature story today is the Strait of Hormuz. Nobody is putting this in proper context. the Strait of Hormuz is not just a shipping route. It is not just a normal or casual or not important shipping route, right? Before the war, there were around 20 million barrels that were passing through this strait every single day. And that's about 1/5 of the global oil. But it's not only oil. 20% of the global LNG trade moves through this strait. 30% of the global fertilizer also trades through this corridor. And to know how important it is, it's not only an story, it's energy, food, and in general, it's like global supply chain place. Now, here is the problem. There is no backup plan for this big scale. The International Energy Agency estimates that Saudi Arabia and UAE, they can reroute around 3.5 or 5.5 to maximum 5.5 million barrels per day through the pipelines outside Hormuz. But that's still 1/4 of the normal 20 million barrels that are moving there every day. So even if every bypass route works perfectly, there is still a huge shortage. That's why this is important. You cannot replace this trade by just one pipeline or just a few reroad ships. And it's impossible to replace it quickly. The Dallas Fed modeled what this means. Their estimate is that the closure or removing 20% of global oil supply in the second quarter could get the West Texas Intermediate to trade around $98, and that would reduce the global GDP growth by 2.9 annualized percentage points. If this disruption lasts for 2 quarters, the price could increase up to $115. And if this lasts to 3 quarters, it could reach $132 by the end of the year. And look at these numbers. That's over 30% in one single year. And the global growth would stay negative through the end of 2026. Now, this is the part that markets might be underestimating at the point, because it's not just one bad headline, it's the duration. 1 week of disruption is just a shock, right? 1 quarter, it's an economic event. And a multi-quarter becomes a global growth problem. And the summit that we had in Beijing did not fix this issue and did not maybe even touch it, right? It did not change the reality. Trump and Xi, they said that the strait should remain a free waterway, but that's just a statement, because ships, they don't move on statements. Ships move when there is insurance, when the owners and the governments, they believe that the road is safe. It's just a statement that it needs to stay free is not going to fix this issue. And right now, this confidence is still not back. And we'll talk. Actually, let's go maybe to the fun fact of the day, because the fun fact of the day is kind of related to this. Before the war, there were around 120 to 140 ships a day moving through the strait. Recently, it was only 4 or 5 ships a day that were going through. And that's basically 95% collapse in traffic through one of the most important waterways on Earth. And like we said, it's not only about oil, it's LNG, fertilizers, it's inflation, it's food prices, it's global growth in general. So when people ask, why is oil so high? This is just one of the answers out there. Yeah, that's basically it. So let's go maybe also to today in history. May 18th, 1980, the Mount St. Helens erupted in Washington state. It became the deadliest volcanic eruption in the modern US history. 57 people died, hundreds of homes and bridges were destroyed. And the reason I mentioned this is just to connect what happened in the past with whatever happens to the market right now. The scientists have been warning about this for weeks, and they were saying that pressure is building, something bad is going to happen, but they just did not know how bad and how violent it is going to be. And it kind of feels to what's happening right now in the markets. The oil pressure is building, the yields are building, the Fed uncertainty is there, the AI valuations are so stretched. So everyone can see this pressure, but the only question is, when it explodes, will it just be a small pullback, or it's going to be a real market event that's going to take everything down with it? Because sometimes the warning signs are obvious, but the size of danger or how much it's going to affect the market is the thing that's going to be surprising. That's it, guys, for today. For me,
Yep.
I'll be back at 11 a.m. now to Peter and Carlos for the rest of the show. Talk to you soon.
All right, Amy, we'll see you a little bit later. Yeah, great stuff there, great information, and yeah, we'll see how things play out. All I know is gas is expensive. So remember I told that story last week where I thought one of the gas stations had jipped me off. I'm like, oh, they got me for at least $25 because I was looking at it at the lines and they were like $75 to fill up the tank. This thing usually fills up for $50. So a couple of and I barely fill up. Like I fill up every week and a half, 2 weeks, if that. Now it'll be more in the summer because we do more in the weekends. We're traveling more and going places with the kids. Anyways, I filled up. I think it was Thursday or something. It was $69, $70. So I'm like, wait a minute. And this is regular. I'm not going to. I just regular fuel. And I'm like, wow, this is expensive. So if you're filling up 3 times a week, commuting, this can hurt your pockets. You know, you're adding $25 more, $75 a week. You know, if you're family, lower middle class, you know, that's gonna have an impact. I don't know how Ubers are making money. I took an Uber to Newark Airport, and it was $60. I don't know how these guys are making money. I don't know how they're doing it. You know, it's just so cheap. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out, man. But yeah, that's what we have, friends. Let's go to you guys to see what you guys like this morning. I have a Maybach. No, I don't have a Maybach. It seems like a lot, right? You would think $70. You would think I'm driving like a Hummer. No, it's a Ford Explorer SUV. It's not that big of a vehicle, you know. So it shouldn't be that much. But yeah, I feel for those guys that are driving the pickup trucks and, you know, and bought the 4 F-150s and, you know, the big Yukon when the price was at $325. Yeah, you're hurting now. To fill that thing up, it's got to be like $150. That is not fun. All right, friends, we cover our gap up, our gap down list. We have 2 tickers on our list: Tesla, NVIDIA, and UNH. So what do you guys like this morning? What is on your mind today? Let me see if I can pick up some stuff that maybe I'm able to add to my list here. We can look at some other usual suspects like the AMDs, the PLTRs. We have on here Intel. Intel. Look at Intel, guys. Now we're talking about it. It's actually moving higher here. So yeah, let's add Intel. We did have Intel last time on our list, and that did okay. I'm gonna add Intel. We try. I really try to find other tickers, guys, to look at. It's the same thing every week. Peter, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I tried. My list was empty. No usual suspect until now. There's just nothing out there besides Tesla, NVIDIA, Intel. Look at Intel now. Like, how are you not going to have this on your list? Look how beautiful this is.
It's moving. I mean, they have some news. A company called Tiger Global Management took a new equity position in them. So we seem to have a lot of 13F filings that have come out over the weekend, and everybody's like seeing who's buying who, where are they positioning themselves. Yeah, I mean, this is not exactly this position they've taken is not new, but it's just newly discovered by the market. So in any event, they also had a couple of upgrades in terms of price changes. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. Intel has definitely been in play over the last little while. I still don't like it as much as NVIDIA or AMD, but I mean, Intel, it's, as you said, it's rocking right now. Look at that.
Yeah, sure is, friends. All right, a couple of more tickets you guys are mentioning here. Let's take a look. ASTS. You know, I love talking about space stuff, and we do. We like talking space and other stuff. But there goes Peter with his space echo. But ASTS it does not treat me well. I'm not a big fan of the way it trades. I'll be honest. I like what they're doing and what they're trying to accomplish. I'm not a big fan of the intraday on it, so I'm gonna keep it off the list. If you like it today, it is up 3.8. A lot of space news all around. Peter, I know you like space even a little more than I do. Do you like this ticker today?
I mean, like you said, it's tough to day trade. I think as maybe a swing trading stock, it's probably better suited. It hasn't really given us all the type of opportunity that you'd like intraday. Last week there was some news: is AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon all had a principle-based agreement to form a joint venture to have some space-based satellite technology, the communication technology that'll help, sort of expand their coverage and focus on rural and underserved communities. So, I mean, frankly, we're pretty close to the point where there's multiple networks that will cover the entire planet for you, right? I mean, I think that we certainly know Elon's basically the most advanced, but there's a lot of companies that are catching up, and there's a ton of satellites up there. So, one way or the other, you should soon be able to get cell phone coverage everywhere in the world, whether you want it or not. But I don't think it's going to give ASTS some great trading opportunity. And the big space news overall, of course, is the news that we haven't heard, right? As Eamon said at the outset of this program, everybody's waiting to hear, when are we going to get the big IPO, right? Everybody wants SpaceX to go to IPO. That's going to be the one that's really going to, I think, either make or break this whole space market. Everybody's expecting huge things out of it, but sometimes when those expectations get overinflated, you can sometimes get a little disappointed, right? It's sort of like the letdown after you've opened all the presents Christmas morning. Think about that moment, right? When you were a kid and you were look forward to Christmas for so long, and then it's not that the presents weren't good, but it's that moment when you're like, that's it, I'm done, and it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, or 9, or depending what time you wake up, and then you're like, like that often happens when you have these IPOs. Everybody's anticipating it for so long, and then it releases and they're like, it's at some crazy price, and like, I'm not going to buy it, and it starts to slide, and then you're like, it's not as good. Sort of look what happened with Cerebras. It was highly anticipated, so much so that it almost like, it was crazy, right? Like, it was originally anticipated 120. They revised the price to 180. It opened at 380, and then it has only slid down ever since. So I don't know. Well, it's not to say that you don't get the excitement back when you start playing with the toys, which happens a little bit, later, but you got to get over it. So anyways, we don't have a date. SpaceX, everybody's still, guessing. They're betting as to when it's going to happen. The latest thought was that it will be in June. Again, no promise to that. They have to fast track a number of processes for that to happen. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But if not June, then it may be imminent. Who knows? It could be in the next month. More likely it's September if they don't manage to get all these processes fast tracked. But we'll see. We'll find out together.
All right, we sure will. Here's Kevin. Thank you for the donation. He's asking, what about MU? So let's take a look at MU now and see what we got going on there. So for MU at the moment, this one, it's been in play, man, heavily in play. The issue with this one for me is the price tag. The price tag has gotten pretty expensive here, hovering just below $800. And what we've seen in that, you can see it is clearly the volume and the spread are a lot higher, right? So I don't usually like trading stocks with a higher spread. Again, for an $800 stock, $1.80 is great. Like, that's not bad. It's just not my personal favorite, right? But it is in play. And before it got to 800, 600, 500, in this area, this stock was trading great. Like, the price action was really nice. And we actually started adding MU in a lot of our, we're not that far out, but part of April, we actually started adding MU, and we traded probably a couple of times above AMD and definitely NVIDIA. NVIDIA was so bad, Peter, if you remember how bad this thing was trading. Now it's back into the good graces of great intraday trading, but it went to a stretch where it was just horrible. But again, MU, I think if you can handle the price action that it's doing, I think it's a great ticker to watch. I don't personally like the spread that it gets into and the high cost of it at the moment. And you could look at, we were talking about last week, what was it, Peter? Those not leverage, what are they called? The ones that you can trade at a lower price. The ETFs, yes, thank you.
ETFs, yeah.
And some of them were like, not that price friendly.
Yeah, the price was almost the same as the actual stock. It didn't really make a
Yeah,
lot of sense, did it? Now, some of those were leveraged, so for the same price, you could get two
true,
times the move. But even so,
true.
you're like, I think the whole point is to get it cheaper, or at least that's what I
Yes,
think a
yeah.
big part of the point is. So,
Yeah, like MUU here. The spread is worse, like $2 spread. So that's not gonna help you. And it is 553, 43.
yeah,
Excuse me for that. I'll just trade MU directly. So,
yeah.
yeah, there you have it. So, gotta say, what a beautiful daily. And also look at the pre-market action today, rocking this morning.
There.
So there you go.
It'll be very interesting to see where all this AI goes ultimately. Like we've got, yeah, as we all know, right, the huge market inflation, and it's been a self-feeding inflationary cycle. As you know, AI companies invest in AI, other AI companies. A lot of this is based on the valuation of companies that aren't publicly traded, and big business, U.S. companies are facing a big challenge with AI because think of imagine, Carlos, if you're the CEO of just a large corporation doing insurance, or I don't know, any medical healthcare or whatever your business is, right? So you're not AI related, but there's an expectation that you're going to leverage AI. So everybody has to sort of show they're making an investment. That's phase one. But the next phase is, when are they going to show the return? And I was sort of reading this article that I thought was pretty fascinating, where they're saying that a lot of CEOs, they've had a recent conference where they were having some of these conversations behind the scenes. And they're saying that, if you're a senior executive, you're ultimately responsible for the performance of a company, right? If the company makes a mistake, or does well, you get credited for or blamed for those problems, or those outcomes, I should say. And if you use AI very heavily, right? Like, let's say somebody screws something up in a company, you know who to fire. But if you
Yeah.
turn over a significant part of your operations to AI, who do you fire? Do you fire the tech guy? Do you fire the bot? Like, who do you hold accountable? Ultimately, CEOs are grappling with, they know that they're ultimately accountable, and the board of directors and shareholders are going to hold them accountable. But if they leverage AI too heavily, how do they retain accountability? They don't know how to manage a company that's largely AI driven, right? Because it's just not an expertise they have. It's essentially, you're turning the company over to your tech team. And if anybody's been in big business, you don't generally trust your IT department because they're all techno geeks. They don't know the business. And that's the perception, by the way, of the C-suite. I find that that's less than true. Usually your tech people usually have a good idea of what the business does, but the perception is, I don't want to trust those cone heads. So, so turning your company over to them, especially when they're running these large AI engines that are essentially black boxes from a senior executive's point of view, is a very scary idea. There's another big problem out there, Carlos, that's happening, that we know that the market, right, Wall Street expects performance, and AI is one of the big promises of AI that's going to deliver greater performance at a lower price. So if you can lay off 30% of your workforce and use a bunch of AI bots to supplement that'll come in at, it'll still be expensive, but it won't be as expensive as the people, then that's a net savings. But that has a problem effect, that your market-based perception and support out there from the from the public at large could be problematic, right? When you start laying off lots of people and just leveraging your AI engines, you can lose public support. Especially, imagine if you're a people facing business, again, like medical health services, like insurance, right? Like, you don't really think about that, but they employ a lot of people, right? A lot of people in the background doing stuff, whether you like the businesses or not. If you start doing mass layoffs, it's hard to retain sort of your market presence and the support of the people that you need out there in general. But you're going to be pushed to do that by Wall Street to get the results. So I don't know. Like, I don't know where this is all going to go, Carlos. We got long-term economic problems. That is AI going to save us, or is it going to kill us? I mean, nobody knows. So it's very questionable. And the reality is that I think AI has a lot to offer. and it could be a huge boon to the economy. But we've got to make sort of a labor shift, right? How do we get people working in other areas that AI can't do as effectively? And that's a problem we haven't really started to solve yet. So, anyways, it's not a problem for today, but it's one of those, as we're watching this market, we're going to have to see what happens, because as Eamon was pointing out, we've got these supply chain problems that are looming with the Strait of Hormuz continuing to be closed. But like what happened, remember when Trump's tariffs came in, and even, everybody was saying we're going to hit this wall where we're not going to, the tariffs are going to cut off products, and they're not going to be as affordable. We didn't directly see that impact, but then again, the tariffs were on again and off again and on again, off again. It's a little different with the Strait, that it's clearly been closed. We got this double blockade going on where both Iran and the U.S. are blockading it. So it's clearly, it's not like it's been on and off. It's off. It's closed.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, like you were pointing out, Carlos, we've been generous. You and I, like, we don't face every day the same cost pressures that others do, because we're in a fortunate financial position. But like you said, if you're closer to that edge, it's tough. Like, groceries are really expensive. Gas is expensive. It's hard to just live your life and and do the things you used to do with these economic pressures. And it looks like they're only going to get worse. So where does this go for overall? I don't know. Like, it's a big problem, like we said, from a stock perspective. What we're waiting for is, when does the market start to factor in these types of economic pressures? Because we haven't seen it yet, but it feels like we're getting closer to that reality. But I don't know. Maybe not today, though.
Maybe not today. Yeah. Who knows, man? So far on my list, guys, I agree with all that, Peter. It's crazy. And I was talking to my mother. She's retired, and she goes to the mall here and there. She spends her time just going through. She likes the process of shopping. Like, my wife doesn't like shopping, but my mom loves going to the store, going through the aisles, seeing what she likes. That she enjoys that, right? And she's like, why is the mall packed? Anything's bad? Like, ain't gas expensive? Like, why is there no parking at this mall? It's just crazy. People are still shopping. They're still shopping, or at least window shopping, but they're doing something, right? So it's crazy how it hasn't really stopped the consumer, I guess. But we'll see. We'll see when the music stops playing. Friends, what else we got? Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Yamaha is saying that he said dealing with that right now. Works for an insurance company, and they're managing the next generation of AI products. So there you go. So there's people out there that are sort of seeing that from different perspectives, whether the one implementing the AI or your job's a threat from the AI. Like, it's got to be there's change coming. It's who knows which lever is going to get pushed first, right? Is Wall Street going to push more AI adoption? I don't know. I honestly, like, it's funny because you can listen to, there are so many people providing opinions out there, and virtually none of them agree, right? Everybody's got a different opinion, whether AI is going to save us or kill us. It's going to be a boon to the economy. It's going to be a drag to the economy. Like, frankly, all it can tell you is that we have never done anything like this before, so nobody knows. Like, you can't pull out your standard model and say, well, last time this happened, here's what there is no last time. This is the first time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Agreed. All right, let's take a look here. Fake news does not mention the higher tax returns have helped offset COL. What's COL? What's that? COL increases.
Cost of living.
Oh, I was sorry to put up a ticker. I'm like, wait, ain't that Colgate?
No.
There you go. Yeah, but you know what? That's a sure fix, man. Because I remember my parents were at that struggling time. Yeah, you got the tax. We got the high tax, whatever, because they're expensive so much. 3 kids that were taken care of. My dad didn't make a lot. That is short-lived when your regular expense as far as food is so high. That goes through quickly, man. You this not yes, it helps, but it's not enough. I think personally. But again, I'm not in that situation. I don't know what people are facing, so I can't speak on it. But I just think that it's tougher than what people think it really is out there for some people. But yeah, friends, on my list right now: Tesla, NVDA, INTC. I do have UNH as a secondary list. What do you guys like that maybe we haven't put on here? But for the most part, that's what I have going. We could look at PLTR. I know we mentioned that earlier. The daily just looks messy. I know that we got a little bit of action here in the pre-market. Intraday, I'm sorry, pre-market, we're down 1%, 1.6 million. The volume is there. The numbers look good. Peter, I think you mentioned you are going to be watching this one, or you're not. I forgot what you decided to actually do.
Yeah.
You are?
I think
Okay.
I got to keep watching because again, every time
Yeah.
you don't watch is when it does something. So
that's very, very well. Yeah. I'm going to put it around here, guys. PLTR. I'll put it in a secondary for now. Tesla, NVIDIA, and INTC will be leading the way for me here. And I think that's pretty much it. Unless anybody has anything else, we will call it here. And let's go look at what's happening in our community, guys, in this beautiful, hot Monday. Finally, some heat coming our way. It's been, I think we got, you know, Peter, I feel like we got robbed from our spring. We really did. It went from like extremely cold to really hot. Like we didn't get this nice spring. And spring is so short here for us anyway. I think we got completely robbed. We didn't get that nice spring weather coming into the summer here. But today will be hot, 78, 80. Tomorrow, close to 90 in some days here. So it'll be definitely warm as things start to heat up here in the Northeast. All right, let's go scroll down. You can always head over to bearwithtraders.com. Click on webinars at the top. Scroll down and see what's scheduled for our community throughout the week. Today's Monday. Peter will let you know what's happening on today, how to join our community.
Yeah, it's like you said, Monday, start of a whole new fresh week, and let's hope it's a good one for us. And we're going to start with a good one. We've got the onboarding session. So if you've joined over the weekend, or if you're relatively new or been around for a while, if you want to get a better feel for what you can get out of the variable trading community, or just say like, how do I get started here? I'm just trying to figure out this trading thing. I want to get myself started. Then the onboarding class is the place for you. It happens every Monday, 8 p.m. in the onboarding room. It's for all membership classes. Hopefully you'll join Carlos as he sort of goes through the basics of how to take advantage of the variable community and some basics of trading, right? We all need to start somewhere, and some people are often sort of a little shy to ask questions. I don't want to look like I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to look dumb. I get that, right? But this would be a great place for you to do that. Hopefully you'll ask the questions here in the chat in YouTube. If you're in a chat room, you can always ask questions, and people are always very helpful. But at least here's a place that other people are going to be asking a lot of questions, and you can gain a lot of information really fast. So if you're new, join the onboarding class. It's a great session. If you haven't yet joined, but that sounds interesting and you want to join the chat room, then go to bearwithtraders.com. You can see the different membership options and hopefully join us there at some time soon. It's a great way to sort of kickstart your trading and trade with a bunch of like-minded individuals. Whether you just go with the intro or all the way up to the elite, either way, it's a good place to start. So hopefully we'll see you there sometime soon. We've got about 15 minutes to this market open. Being a relatively quiet day, we've got some time. So,
all right, there we go, friends. let's get into it here. Are you reading Mr. Steve's comment?
Yeah,
that's funny too. It made me laugh.
Well, and you do it so well, Steve. No, kidding.
That was a good one. But yeah, I can see that. I just like to be quiet. Like when these things come up, I talk to you guys here, but when I see people getting into, I'm just like, I just listen, and let them, just get it all out. I think it's very interesting at times to see what comes out. All right, here it is. Tesla. Let's go to NVIDIA, and I do have INTC and secondary list pretty quiet from right now. UNH. I mean, I could add AMD here too, guys, right? PLTR. Yeah, I will add AMD. I'll do that. AMD, and we have Tesla already. Okay, straight usual suspects again this time around, guys. This is the stuff that's hot. We'll see in a bit what our moderators are looking at, see if I get any ideas from them. Peter's going to have that for us in a few minutes here. And for now, this is what we're looking at. And of course, you guys, if you guys see something, let us know. You guys usually are pretty good at pointing out stocks that are moving, hitting our VWAP line, or hitting any kind of setup. Let us know. We'll take advantage and look at them and see what we can get out of it. All right, we'll start with Tesla. Tesla high of the pre-market 420. I just noticed we're in this 420 range. Don't like when Tesla's around this range. It acts funny. 420, whether you like it or not, it is a psychological level for Tesla. I'm just trying to mark it there, 420. So we'll mark that there too. But I don't like when it's around here. So 420.77 is the high of the pre-market. The low is going to be down at 415.12. So we're back at it again here. If we look at the bigger picture towards the top, highs and lows for the last two trading days, doing a good job covering the most recent highs around 455-ish, 450. So you don't got to add anything there. There's one area that's not covered is 430.72. Not a big level, but you do have a couple of days slamming into that. I think it's worth noting just in case we do go back to the green side of things here. Right now we're down almost 1% this morning. Towards the bottom, the big level on the daily I see here is going to be down at 408.26. You can see here area of resistance right on there. More resistance, more support also right on that line as well. I think it's worth having on here just in case we do drop further, especially below that low of the pre-market, which is, look how that low of the pre-market is lining up. This is 415.17. It is clearly the high from a couple of days ago, so right on it. We're finding support there this morning. Good support too. If you see the pre-market, nice bounce back to 419 so far. All right, NVIDIA looks great, guys. Daily breaking off here and just really getting some nice volume over the last couple of days. You can see it there, the increase in volume when it's trending. Look how nice the volume gets. Right, a little bit lower when it's not doing so hot. But here, this stock has just been so explosive. High of the pre-market, as we're up 2% this morning, is going to be 230.67. 230.67. We'll mark that there towards the bottom. The low is pretty much right on the low from Friday. Right, low from Friday is right on this, so you don't have to do anything much. Highs and lows for the last two trading days are even covering the all-time highs. It's all-time highs for NVIDIA, right? Yes, everything all-time highs there. So we don't have any more levels that we need to add. We will mark this one up right on here, 227.57, in case something happens around that area. And again, minor level, not a major one, as you see some of these other dailies that are setting up nicely. Then towards the bottom, 221.69. I think it's worth marking down. Once you do that, you're pretty set. Intel this morning, nice pop, a great daily. Again, this stock has definitely been in play. A little bit tougher to trade, but it's a good one. People like it. 114.11 is the high of the pre-market right now, stuck between the highs and lows of the last two trading days. Towards the top, we're going to mark down at 124.09. And then towards the bottom here, 153. So 153 cents down there. I think once you do that, guys, you're covering all the major levels nearby. Previous day close in here as well, as we're just rocking higher this morning. AMD, along with the other semis, also up 1.1 this morning. 430.88 is the high. And then the bottom is going to set over at 419.56. A little bit lower right over here is better. 419. 56 for the low. Then towards the top, as you see on the daily, guys, highs and lows for the last two trading days, all-time highs up there. You don't have to add anything else in that direction. Towards the bottom, keep hitting this thing here. We got to move this out the way. My mouse keeps hitting this cable that's got in the way from the stream deck, and there we go. And it's annoying me. All right, we got it. Okay, we moved it out the way there. All right, there it is. It kept getting stuck. And I'm like, why is my mouse not moving fluidly? Like, I need the fluid movement here. There we go. We got it now. All right, so towards the bottom, friends, we do have an area right over here, 401.71. And you can, I'm on the fence. You can mark these two areas here. I'm going to do it. 409.06. This is where these both days are opening and closing. I think it's worth noting. I'm not sure if that's going to amount to anything, but 409.06. We'll have it there just in case it does anything for AMD if we do decide to drop down. Right now, everything's looking northeast at the moment as we are moving higher, up 1.1 for AMD. All right, Peter, tell us what our team is watching. Maybe we can get some extra tickers based on what they have.
Yeah, maybe not a lot different going on here, but Kyle is going to be watching Intel, HIMS, NVDL, which is one of those ETFs we talked about for NVIDIA, and Poet. Eamon has got nothing that he thinks is great. He's maybe Microsoft for long and maybe Netflix for a short. Mike is watching NVIDIA and Micron. And Andrew, who's back in the office, he's come down off the mountain, has made it all the way back to Vancouver. He's going to be watching NVIDIA, Micron, Tesla, Intel, and AMD. So all semiconductors, except for Tesla there. So he's actually added Rocket Lab, which I did see on the list. I didn't really talk about. I'm not sure why Rocket Lab's got some good volume this morning. It's not really doing much of interest. So anyways, we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's what they've got for myself. I'm going to keep an eye on Ford. I noticed that nobody has Ford on the list, but I'm going to see what it does. just because I like how much it's moved. And we had UNH, which I think is also a unique one. I'll just see if it recovers or drops more at the open. So that's what we got, Carlos, for our moderators and their watch list for this morning.
All right, excellent, friends. Just under 9 minutes for the market open, friends. We are all set and ready to go here. I saw it's Andrew and Brian here in our chat room. As Peter mentioned earlier, head over there. You can have a 1 week trial for $39. Gets you in for a week, gets you to that onboarding class this evening with me, and you get to trade live with these fine gentlemen. Friends, if you haven't done so already, let's hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. I have done it myself, so I'm being a good host by making sure I hit it first before I ask people to do so. We're sitting at 173 likes. We'd love to be a little bit higher. This helps us out a ton. So this is why we ask you, because we do forget to hit it. I forget myself. 184. Thank you so much. So it's important for you guys to help us out here. We really appreciate it. So if you like the show, definitely subscribe. We're live every time the market is open, Monday through Friday. We're only off if the market is closed, but we're here. We'll prepare with you every single morning. We'll get to know a lot of you guys like Melanie, Alex, CFC66, Kyle, all these guys. We'll get to know each other here. So we have a very nice, great community. There it is. Everybody saying good morning. Joe, Georgie, just everybody. Rick, Chris MC, always on here. Winner last week. El Patron. And where's Emmanuel? Where's the longest ticker name that we have? Is he arrived here yet? Emmanuel is like the longest username we have. He's part of our community as well. So again, love to have you guys here. JC Trader, K10, Rami, Trading Mindset 777. You're a plane fan. That's one of my favorite aircrafts. That's nice. But yeah, thank you guys. Love to have you guys here. Hit that thumbs up and let's get ready for the market open. We got some time, Peter. You have another rant? We have some. You guys have questions? We are early today. We are early because there's just not a lot that's sticking out like that this morning. At least for me, it's not.
I mean, I can always rant about something, you know that. But
Peter has rants on deck.
We don't have to go. We don't have to randomly create rant. Yeah. We just went through the census here in Canada. I don't know. Do you do it? There must be a census in the U.S. Do you get that where you get like the
it's a couple of years. I feel like I haven't got one forever. But there he is, guys. Emmanuel. He says estamos aquí. There he is, the longest username in forever. But Peter, I haven't got one in feels like forever. I think it must be every like 5 years.
Yeah, that's usually about the frequency. I think most countries do it. And anyways, I just got my census last week and filled it out. And I got the short form. I was actually hoping I wanted to get the long form because I wanted to see all the questions they were going to ask, and like everybody I know only got the short form survey. So I just wanted to see what information are they trying to gather, what do they want to know about you, and anything. So anyway,
it's every 10 years. No wonder I can't remember.
my wife long. So we have a guy that we follow that provides sort of political commentary on Canada, and he produced his own long form census survey because he was like, I didn't get one either, so I made my own. And it had all sorts of like random questions. There were a lot of ridiculous. It was more for entertainment purposes. So Friday night, my wife and I sat down with a bottle of wine and completed the survey. And to this day, to today, even we're still arguing over, some of the questions on the survey. One of them was, how do you pronounce, when you get vegetables, fruit and vegetables? With the general word, it starts with a P. I don't want to say it because that'll ruin it, but Produce. How do you say that? Just say the word.
Produce?
Produce. So is it produce or produce?
Oh, I see where you're going. We got a couple of words like that I'm like, which one's right? I don't know.
And I said, you know what? When you go to make something, you produce it. That's how you produce something. But
yes,
the fruit and vegetables, I just call it produce. And my wife's like, no, that is wrong. It's not produce. You do not say that. I'm like, I don't know. I think I do. I say produce. It's not a word that I use all that often, but so we've been having a friendly disagreement over that all weekend now because she was like, I said, I'm going to get some groceries. And she said, yeah, why don't you go buy some of that produce? I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like,
That's great. I love
all
her.
right. So anyway, yeah. So I'm like, okay. Anyway, so yeah,
Uh,
produce or produce, you know?
there's a couple of words like that are funky. There's another one too. Is it data? Data. Data or data? Which one is it?
Data, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
so let's see that. This you guys help us out. What else is out there that
there's a
people
whole bunch of
pronounce it
them.
different? It's a bunch of them.
You know what, guy?
Procedure, process.
Yeah.
How about that? Process, procedure. Have you said some?
Process or process. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
there's
another
a
one.
few.
There's a bunch of them, and they often have that same sound. I mean, again, I don't disagree with my wife. Technically, I think it is probably produce. That's the proper way of saying it. But if I'm going to say it, I actually say produce. So that's part of the argument we had. I'm like, oh, I'm saying, I'm
No,
not
you're
saying I'm
definitely
doing it.
wrong on this
I'm
one.
not saying I'm right or wrong, but the
No, you're
way I
wrong.
say it. But the question, no, but the question was, how do you say it? And I'm like, I say produce. I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
right way to say it, but
No,
that's
no,
what I say.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
anyways, it's
Yeah, no.
so
We're all siding. Is anybody in chat siding with Peter, or are we all siding
No.
with his wife? I
Oh,
think we're all
no.
siding
And
with
I'm
his
okay
wife for
with-
this one.
I'm okay with that. Again, I don't disagree with her either. I just found it interesting. It's
That's
a
what
fun,
Yeah.
it's a fun argument to have, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
So,
I used to, when I was younger, I used to call coffee, because
Ah.
it like, how is it coffee? Coffee is cold. Coffee sounds hot. So I used to have this weird thing, and it just didn't make any sense. Clearly, I was wrong. I don't do that anymore. But yeah, when you're learning the English language, it's very tricky. When you come from a Spanish language to learn the English one, it's like, what you write, read, read, what? They're all the same
yeah.
thing. Two, two, two. Like, what is going on here? So reading Spanish, it's that there's no words like that at all. They're read the way they're written, and here is very different, right? So where they place in the sentence, I'm like, what? That's very confusing when you're not a first American English speaking person. So yeah. There you have
it's
it,
sort of
friends.
like it's the same thing with adjectives, right? If you want to talk about that, that's when you get the like, are you going to have what do I say? I don't know. Sorry, I'm gonna try and get it wrong. It's hard to do it wrong. I'm gonna go eat a crispy red little apple.
Crispy
and
red.
doesn't it just
little
sound
apple.
wrong? So
Crispy, yeah.
How it's one of those where we have to put our adjectives in the right order, or it all feels weird. So
Yeah.
anyways. All right. Okay, guys, we're getting close here to the market open.
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. We're ready. I'm getting my market atlas as well. Peter, market atlas, don't forget.
Yeah, I've got it already going. But you know
Cool.
what? Actually, I need to change some of the tickers here because
That's what I forget to do, is to update the tickers, and then I'm scrambling. So I'm gonna do that now.
Let's see if we get UNH. Oh, Ford is dropping. UNH is going up. A couple of ones that I wanted to watch. Got
Intel.
Got Andrew back in the chat room.
Yeah, see that. It's ready to rock and roll.
Getting ready to make some money.
And here we are in PLTR.
All right. 3 seconds.
All right, friends. Here we go. Let's get the party started. There's the bell. Let's get it going. All right, let's get our 1 minute or 5 minute. And we'll see what the action is today, friends. So,
CoreWeave is dropping.
let's see what CoreWeave is up to.
Oh.
All right, Intel making a new high there, 115.08 at the moment. Here's our 1 minute chart, guys. Intel's could be a great not today, not now, but I'm saying like normally it's a great breakout stock because it just goes, man, gets the volume, gets going quickly. And Andrew himself has taken a few breakout trades on Intel that has done very well, especially you guys as well in chat and our members. Random, you got your tickers there, Ramp, MU, and Baidu. Nice. We did not look at Apple. We'll look at it in a second. I'm looking at Intel.
Wow. AMD's had a good move higher right off the open.
Yeah. let's see
Tesla.
if Intel does an engulfing 1 minute. Could be interesting for a short. What's up with Tesla?
Tesla's losing it.
Yep. Nice drop on Tesla here. Space stocks are ripping. Give me one. Rocket Lab. Yeah, Rocket Lab is going. ASTS. Yeah, space is in the conversation. Space is one of those things where it's like they're getting the attention that they want and maybe deserve. And so lining up properly, people, flying by the moon and this and that and doing world tours talking about it. I mean, they're getting the attention, that's for sure. It's their time now to make it happen. Let's go back to Intel. Oh, Intel, yes. They actually pushed high. I was thinking short Intel if it was going to lose it here in golf, but it is going higher. Atlas is actually pretty balanced. I can't tell which way to go on Intel. It actually is really, really hard to tell right now. We'll wait for that to settle down because if you look at market Atlas right now, I mean, it has orders to the top, to the bottom, and they're both heavy. Like, there's not a true imbalance yet. Towards the downside, maybe slightly, but bigger picture seems down. Bigger picture, but very, very tight right now. Is Fly an ETF? Fly, what is this? No, Firefly Aerospace, another one that's also moving up, guys. All right. If you like those, a little bit lower volume on that Fly one, but you can see here it's also up 10% today, so also moving well. NVIDIA did lose some ground at the VWAP now. This could be nice if we can get a pullback, 5-minute opening range breakdown. This could be really sweet here, guys, but we're minutes away from that. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong screen here. There it is. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to do something here. We had a rough day last week. I think it was two losses, but the weekend did well. Let's hope that continues. Overall, a great week. You guys had amazing trades as well. So let's see if that continues. Here it is. Let's see if NVIDIA does something. I'm not looking for a 5-minute RB, guys. What you like, Peter? Oh, AMD's gonna go here. It's going.
AMD is just gunning. Andrew got into it.
He's long. Okay.
Yeah.
Andrew's long. AMD. We could get his banner. Well, his banner's working.
Tesla going through 420.
Yeah. Tesla at 420, man. That's garbage. All right, we're coming up on 5 minutes, so I'm looking for the best 5-minute ORB opportunity. NVIDIA's one of them. Intel's very choppy right now. It's another one too. That can hopefully get in line here. Intel looks like it wants to sell off. Yeah, look at the orders coming in on Atlas too. But I need a 5-minute ORB on it, so I need a little more time. Don't run, pull back. This could be a great. If we can hang out in this area here, I would love to take a short here after the 5-minute ORB is set. Right, so let's see how this plays out here. But anywhere in here, I think will be a good setup for this one. Atlas and Intel starting to look a little bit weaker too. You can see bids keep coming lower and lower. 40 seconds. Oh no, I missed it. I missed it. The 5-minute RB was actually there. What the hell? I thought it was 40 seconds left for this minute. How did I confuse that? I got really thrown off here. Oh. Off my game to start the week, guys. The market is pulling some. Let's see. SPY. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of weakness here. Let's see how long this is going to last. All right, let's see. Intel, NVIDIA, also potential pullback here if we can get it. Oh man, we're just the floodgates are just opening, Peter.
Mm.
Look at AMD too, right at VWAP as well. Everything is selling down. Guys, I completely fumbled Intel. Completely fumbled Intel. Yeah, I did. I lost track of the timing somehow. That never happens. But I thought we had another 40 seconds left for the 5 minute to start. And we're actually 20 seconds into the 5 minute candle.
Oh.
I don't know how I fumbled that. That was a big fumble. Yeah, because we were looking at this hopefully for a break. And I said a break here. And we had it. But I don't know what. I got to go back to that that YouTube clip there. What the heck did I do?
What did you do?
What did I do there? Goodness, Casper. I don't know why I said Casper. It just felt right. I have no idea if Casper even says that, but it just felt right. All right, let's see. NVIDIA pulling back here. Tesla, messy. Wow, Tesla is really, really messy. So nothing to see there. NVIDIA trading well to the downside. So is Intel. AMD trying to use the VWAP as support here.
I've gone short a little bit of Tesla, trying to get a break here at the low of day that we're getting right now, taking a partial down here at the low of day. So I went
nice
short
trade,
at VWAP.
Nice.
Here we go. All right. This is good.
Man, that was good, man.
We'll take a little bit more right here. So that's a good first trade of the day.
That's a great first trade, man. That's see if we get the drop here. That's the problem we've been having, right? We don't get the continuation. It comes back up and stops us out. Let's see if you can get the drop here. 415 is the low of the pre-market. 415.17. Oh, baby. Damn. You see how that's moving?
Yeah.
Let's go, Peter. Very nice.
Come on.
415.17 is the low. Let's see if you can get it. Come on. Right there. Your cents away.
I'm just going to take that partial.
I don't blame you. I'll do the same thing. I'm not waiting for 415.17. Not when we're this close.
Where's my cursor?
Not when we're
I
that
lost my
close.
cursor. Oh, there it is.
All right, let's see. Tesla. If we look at Atlas, friends, 415, it's got orders. I mean, they massive orders, and looks like it wants to go for it. So there it is. 415. It's got to break to the low of the pre-market, which is just about to. 415.17. This area right over here. And just dipped our toe in it.
Here, I'm just sharing it on my screen there, Carlos, so people can see.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful, man. You're about to get another move, I think, lower, too. Let's see.
Hopefully.
There it is. There it is. Pac-Man through 415. Just Pac-Man right through that, man. That's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing.
I love that. Waka, 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 waka,
waka, waka, waka. Yes. Nice, man. Good. Yeah. Peter, great trade, man. Peter got in from, I'm showing it here. He got in there, right on the VWAP, and short partial at the low of the day. Some more into weakness, and then I'm sure by now you probably got some more to 415.50 as well. So nice, beautiful drop. Excellent. Excellent. All right, let's see, friends. A lot of weakness right now in some of these tickers. AMD's wrapping itself around the VWAP. That could be a good short if it can set up nicely here. I want to take it for strategy, so maybe a VWAP breakdown. You still got the 5-minute ORB on AMD, but it's much lower than where it is right now, right? So this is your 5-minute range right here. You could trade this up to an hour, the break of the high or the low of this range, right? So we're getting towards the low of that range.
Yes, baby. AMD breaking. No,
yeah, breaking down here.
AMD was sort of late. All the other semis seem to have broken down a little earlier, but now it's finally going.
I'm thinking AMD short, but I want to see a pullback to VWAP and then the drop. But short off of this area here. But I want to get a good entry near the VWAP to play off of that. So So you got two things I can set up here: the VWAP and also the 5-minute ORB breakdown towards that low of the day will be awesome. Let's quickly look at level 2. Level 2. Actually, you guys still got a lot of orders to the top side. So let's see if we can reject VWAP and head down. Then I'll get short on AMD. Stop loss 433. So you got to give it at least $2 on this thing, $1.50 looks like, depending on how good my entry. All right, short. I tried to time it, but didn't get the best entry on this thing. I'm sure AMD much lower than what I wanted to. It's a couple of things happening here. The rejection from the VWAP, and we're also getting the break of the 5-minute ORB. So let's see if this thing can play nice. Wanted entry much higher than that, but that's okay. All right.
Rami,
First challenge.
you're short with me.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Good.
Nice.
You're short with me. That's
Yeah.
nice.
First challenge is going to be this low of the day here for AMD, 428.11. So let's see if we can even get there and break through that. And then hopefully my target. I would love previous day close, but that's far out. For a stock that's, these stocks are been overall strong. The sentiment is very strong on these semiconductors. So I don't know how much downside we have here, but let's see. Let's just break this 428, one thing at a time. 428.11. We'd love to see the break happening there if we can get it.
I don't know if there's much more downside here on Tesla.
Okay.
There might be.
Here it is, 437.
Tough to tell. Come on, Tesla.
Let's see, 427. Atlas still somewhat in our favor. Let's see if we can get the drop. There we go. So Atlas looks good. I think this is good enough, friends. Trying to hold on for 427. We're struggling here. So for those joining us now, I'm sure AMD. Peter is short Tesla. Peter's got a great move. I got in a little bit later on AMD, one at a higher entry, but so far we're both short. I'm looking for a further drop in my first partial. Peter already has a couple of partials on his Tesla trade, all the way down to 413.02. Very nice. Very nice.
I didn't actually see the price there, but obviously it must have touched it.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get down into the 412s. I want to take a partial. I might have to get all out because I'm running out of shares, and I'd like to just I don't mind. There we go. There's the 412.
Yes, it is.
So I think now if we see any bounce back, I'm just going to take the rest of my size off. Otherwise, I'm just going to hold on here, see how much we can get.
Yeah.
There's.
All right, here it is. Partial, guys, on AMD, 425. Oh, man, I thought we were not going to get down here so quickly, but we are. So another partial here, guys. Thanks, Andrew. You got to see also Peter's short on Tesla. Really nice. But, yeah, some great. This is why we keep watching these stocks, guys. AMD, Tesla. They're treating us so well, man. So well. So it is short AMD right now. We took a partial. Let's see if we get the previous day closes coming up. Here's the 5 minutes, so a little bit bigger time frame. We got the previous day close, and then we got the low of the day of the low of the pre-market. I gotta expect to get there. I think previous day close, we might be coming up to a lot of resistance on here.
We got a $7 move now on this trade on Tesla.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Great.
Good stuff.
I think it's such a good. I wish I'd taken more, of course, now. But,
of course.
That's always the way it goes, right?
Always
You're like, why didn't I take a bigger size? All right, I'm just going to take it off. And so there you go. Looks like maybe I got it just at the right time.
Let's see. He's pulling out. Alice still looks very bearish on AMD, so I'm hoping that doesn't tap into my break-even point and we head back to pick up some of these people down at 425.50, but still looking very bearish here. So let's see. Let's see if we can hold out.
Here's my trade on Tesla. I'm all out. I took it all off. Just it's too
Okay.
good not to.
Yeah.
So I waited
Good stuff,
for
man.
that last partial to get another couple of dollars on it, and
Yeah.
of course, in hindsight, I wish I hadn't taken so many partials so early, but that's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes, man.
It's a holiday Monday here for me, so to get a good trade at the first one of the week,
it's a
good
plus.
start.
That's a good
That's a
start
bonus. Yeah.
on a holiday. You can't really beat that. All right, friends. So
You're in a simulator, anyways. No, I trade live. I trade real money. If I was in a simulator, I should be taking a lot more trades than I do, shouldn't I?
a lot more shares.
I'm
a
so
lot
risk
more
adverse.
shares
I'm
and
so
trades.
wimpy.
Yeah. Here it is, guys. AMD. Okay, we're getting AMD here. Let's see. 424. 424. Previous day close. I think I'm close enough to take a partial here. Oh, that was fast. I was not quick enough. Here it is. Here it is. Come on. Breakthrough.
AMD, yeah, just touched that, eh?
Yeah, it was so fast. I wasn't quick enough.
No, come on. I think.
I'm taking some off. Taking some off.
Oh, you got a lot of downside, Carlos. On
I
the
do.
Atlas.
I do. But I took some off just because I don't want this bounce to just become a change in direction of the VWAP of the previous day close.
Right.
So I did take some off. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I guess I can't be too critical. I took everything out of my trade.
Yeah.
Just in case we get a bounce.
I don't blame you, man.
I get you.
It's still
easier,
it's like
it's so easy to trade someone else's trade, right?
Yeah, or someone else's money. Or someone else's money.
My trade, but I'm like, come on, hang on. What are you
hang on, wait for that
man?
level. Yeah. Oh, baby, I tell you. It's so funny because I do the same. I'll be in a trade and like, let's wait for this level. I myself change, decisions right away. I'm like, oh, let's wait for the previous day close. I'm like, you know what? This is close enough. I'm taking a partial. Yeah. Like, easier said than done when actual money's on the line,
Yep.
Easier said than done. All right, so I did take some off here. And that was my concern that we're going to get the bounce.
Yeah, it's looking smart now, right? With the bounce.
Yeah, looking very smart.
We don't know if it's just a bounce or a reversal at this point, but
yeah. If this thing goes down to 420, then this would have been like we're gonna come back and say, like you did that, but the situation at the moment calls for this. And that's the thing with traders. I also the same with an old roommate I used to trade with. It's trading is such a unique thing. You have to live it to actually understand it, I think. You have to be living. Look at this. Now this is going to prove me wrong, Peter. Atlas was right. Oh, look at that beautiful thing. I'm going to try to wait a little bit more now since we're
there you go.
Ready to go partial, but here it is.
Oh, Carlos, why'd you partial? Come on, look at this. Now you got It's fun. It's fun to trade someone else's trade.
Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to trade somebody else's money. Oh man. Don't forget to add to your order. No, I don't like this setup for the ad because we're still like, I know we're down. We're in.
Yeah, it's
$5. But look how it's trading. Like there's a lot of pullback and buying pressure. I don't like it. It's not like trending nicely where we have a good ad situation. I think, right? I could be wrong. I could go look at probably Paris is probably added here, and he's his styles are much different. My style, I find it tough to do that. So like, thanks for the reminder though. I'm glad you reminded me to add because I do want to add that to my my style of trading, right? So see, look at the I think I want to get all out.
I'm looking at Tesla right now thinking, I'm okay with my all out. I don't know if it's going to bounce or not, but the market is pushing higher right at the moment.
Yeah, this is probably if I look at, not the best decision, but I did get all out on AMD because even here, I'm still have a good amount. This is still like
Yeah.
$2. So I don't want to bring the rest to break even. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm out
Yeah.
of it. I think the pressure's getting a
That's
little
a
bit tough here.
that's a really strong bounce too
Yeah.
off the previous day close. So I don't blame you. And
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Atlas, and it looks bullish now on Tesla. There's orders up on at 415, up higher at 416. Like it's
Yeah.
looking like it wants to pull. And AMD is a little more balanced, harder to read to be honest, but
Yeah, and
it's tough to
it's a
say
little
where
more
it's gonna go.
balanced, yeah. And that's kind of the challenge with it because at first it was very, very bullish, and that's why very bearish, so we held on to it. But when it switches like this, it's a little bit tougher, in my opinion. So, all right, let's see what else, friends. So far, good day, good start for this trading day. Peter with his beautiful short on Tesla. I had a good opportunity on AMD here, a couple of partials. Could have probably taken some more off down here, but that's okay. This happened really quickly. And let's see what else is out there, guys. Only 9:52, plenty of time left. If you haven't found an opportunity yet, do not feel pressure to have to trade, especially new traders. We went through this years ago back when we first started trading. Everybody's making money. I'm just sitting here doing nothing. That's trading. You're sitting here looking, searching, monitoring.
Trading.
That's trading. Trading is not when you hit the button. It's everything else you do outside of an actual trade, to be honest. So keep in mind as you're looking for opportunities. We're going to continue to look for some stuff here too, guys. So reversals coming into play what seems to be a little bit early, Peter, because it's not even 10:30 yet. And we're starting to see some stuff bounce back.
It's not even 10.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see if there's any opportunities there. But let me know if you guys see something, any VWAP breakouts. UNH not getting any volume whatsoever. PLTR, messy start. So back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then now it's just turned on the engines. Look at it go. Looking to break previous day close. So any previous day close breakout traders, any high of day breakout traders, this could be an opportunity here to trade that one. MU at VWAP, thank you. Let's take a look. No. MU, am I reading this? Oh, MU, oh, sorry. Okay, MU2 VWAP. Got it. So you're thinking of the bounce off the previous day close back to VWAP. Got it. I
looking a little weak.
I don't like it personally just because, one, I'm not a reversal trader. But it just seems like it's following a trend. Now, let's see the previous day close is going to hold here. Right now, it's not holding. The previous day close is, maybe when you send the message around here, right? Clearly here, it looked like it was bouncing. Now that message has changed, right? It looks weaker. If it can head lower, and if I look at MU on level 2, Market Atlas here, 720. It's got a bunch of orders down there, so maybe still has some more downside before it actually wants to do that reversal on MU. AMD holding here, trying to stay green for the day, for the morning at least. AMD can actually be a good VWAP breakout if it wants to be strong like this. AMD, yeah, AMD.
See, I am feeling very happy with my all-out decision on Tesla right now.
Yeah. Do you have a final trade on that? Is that the final one here that I'm showing? Yeah.
Well, that was my last exit. Yeah, that is where I got all out.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's moved since then. Since I took that screenshot, but yeah, the actual trades don't look any different.
Yep.
Let's see here.
Any orders up on Tesla? Orders up on Tesla? Are you talking about Atlas? You're saying, right? Atlas, yes. Tesla looks very bullish actually. All the way to 416. Looks more bullish than bearish. There are some more to the downside, but it looks more bullish, at least up to VWAP. So let's see what it does after VWAP if those orders keep moving higher, right? So we want to see it Pac-Man through all of this here, and if it does a VWAP situation and these orders move up, that could be a good sign for a continuation. But right now, it's got to get through these orders. So I think it might get to VWAP and then we have to see if it uses VWAP as a rejection or as a breakthrough. Let's see what it does here. So here it is coming up to VWAP, which is right at around 416.
I gave you an updated screenshot. So
Oh yeah, let's take a look at that.
But
oh yeah, that's a lot more impactful when you actually see the after, what happened after. Oh, that's a great decision, man. That is a great decision. 412.
I mean, it could have gone the other way, right?
It could have gone. Yeah,
it was iffy, but
yeah.
I'm happy with it. Obviously, at this
Very,
point, as we're all the way
very
back
nice.
up to VWAP, we're not even back to my break even. I did have a great entry, so I mean, there is a potential. I suppose I could re-enter if I see weakness, but I said Tesla's looking a little more bullish now, especially on the Atlas. So I don't think I want to challenge that.
He'll be the key. Let's see what it does, because you could tell that some orders are disappearing now from the upside. So let's see if it's going to act as resistance or support. Is looking very balanced now, more support than resistance than anything at the moment, right? So it came up to 416, and now we're getting the weakness. So we're not getting our VWAP breakout play here, so we're not joining on this, of course. And look how it has changed a little bit now, more bearish, and you clearly seeing the stock react to it, right? So there it is. There you go. NVIDIA back down as well. Intel. INTC was another good short, and this would have been the trade for me, guys. I fumbled the clock. I fumbled it. We need a football in our emojis. We need like one of us running and just kind of fumbling, dropping, and the football hitting us on the head. We need that type of emoji. That's what I did with Intel, because that would have been my trade of the day for sure. Or I can't say trade of the day because I don't trade that much. Trade of the week, because we don't trade heavy like that as far as number of orders, not in the morning at least. But here it is. This would have been the 5-minute RB breakdown, and look how nice that was, all the way down to 108.50. And the great thing about this one, when you say, well, what's the difference between this one and AMD? The great thing about this one is, look, it gives you a buffer right away. So it's nice when you get a buffer. Like Peter on your trade, Peter got a buffer almost instantly. Like he got in, buffer right away. That is so nice when you're able to do that. Yeah,
I was never at risk, and that's that's nice when you're not having to sweat it out as it's hanging around your entry, right?
Yeah, back and forth, and then you decide to take partials more aggressive. So it's a bigger difference when you have that going on. All right, so here it is. Here is AMD back to the previous day close, and how's Atlas looking here? Same balance. I don't see a big imbalance up or down, and so nothing else to see there.
True. About 10 minutes ago, Andrew went long on Tesla.
Long Tesla. Oh, look at that, man! That turned around quick. Wow. So that's how Andrew would trade it. He would trade it via breakout. I'll wait for the push and pullback and continuation. See if I get it. He'll get the best entry, and if it keeps going, he'll do his thing up to 420. Sometimes I miss it or don't get into the trade, right? So I miss the best entry because that different type of setup. Yeah, Tesla turned around pretty quickly. I'm actually pretty surprised how quick this thing turned around. I thought it was going to actually go down towards the low of the day, or at least 413, but that was a quick turnaround. MU below 720? Really? Oh, wow. Look at that. It did break down.
It did, yeah.
Oh, man, 715. This thing moves $5 out of clip, man. This thing is, this thing is brutal. Careful on the number of shares, guys, on this thing. Careful. Depending on your account size, you might be limited by buying power. Other people might not be. I know we got some traders in our community that got some pretty nice funded, healthy accounts, right? Nice chubby, fat accounts. So, be careful.
I haven't heard that way. Chubby accounts. Good.
Yeah.
So
I
love my little my portly account.
Yeah, exactly. Just be careful, man. If number of shares is not an issue in a stock like this, be very, very careful. Because $5 at a clip, that's a lot. That's almost low flow risk type trading. Although it's MU, it's not a low flow. But when you have an account that can price that can move like that, you got to be very, very careful. Yeah, I don't dare go close to my buying power. Too much of a scary. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it 100%.
Wow, AMD.
I get it.
Dropped here again.
I get it. But again, on a stock like this, when you can move $5, you don't gotta take a lot of shares to make a good buck, right? You could literally take, a couple of shares and do very well. So, AMD, look at you.
Yep.
Nice,
back down.
nice. Back down.
That's
419.
even Tesla bounced off of the VWAP and
yeah, look at that. Back down as well. NVDA into the red. I think these stocks want to be strong. I think the sentiment is just too weak right now. Look at Intel, man. This is my one missed trade of the day was Intel, and all because of a clock situation. But yeah,
you got to go back and look at that. You can see what happened. As you said, you missed it.
I even called them like, okay, guys, 40 seconds left for Intel 5-minute RB, and I looked down like, no, wait a minute, that's 35.02. I mean 35.20. So I don't know how I fumbled that. Really, really fumbled that. So, but the pressure on this thing was nice. Amazing trade on Tesla. Nice, Andrew. Nice. Did he trade it also on the morning as well on Tesla? Andrew, or
he traded it long.
Somebody's talking about your trade. Not sure. AMD had a nice long on Google. Yeah, let me look at Google Tassie. I think either you or other people did mention Google. Let's take a look. Yeah, Google quietly doing its thing here. Last week also had a couple of days where it traded very, very well. Clearly, they had a great week last week. And
here's Carlos. I got a picture of I think this is you about to take your trade here on Intel.
Yeah, great instant replay. Here's me, Intel short.
Oh no, what happened?
My goodness,
missed it. Yeah,
who's that guy? I think I remember him. Is that some Romo something? He used to fumble the ball a lot from the Cowboys. It looks like him, Romo. I don't remember. I'm just kidding. We know exactly who that is. Cowboys fans are not happy about that.
Well,
it is what it is. He was a tough player, though, from what I hear. He was very tough as far as playing through injuries and stuff like that. So there you have it. There's me fumbling the ball, friends. Sucks. About to cross the goal line and drop. Yeah. Oh, baby. Yeah, Intel. And look, Intel's going lower. Guys, anybody short Intel? Did you catch this? There was a couple opportunities here. You had the 5-minute RB. You had what I see now, the VWAP break down a little bit. Not the cleanest, but you did have that as well. Very early too, 9:35. You're usually not looking for that strategy. But if you're short on this thing anywhere near here, I mean, you are cooking right now, guys. As the kids say, you're cooking. So, yeah.
Cooking with gas.
That's it.
Wow. AMD's down below 420 now.
Oh, is that Prescott? I don't even know who that was. I thought it was Tony. Is he that bad? So I thought he was good. He's bad? He's fumbling left and right? What's going on with the Cowboys quarterbacks? Intel. In that case, I'm a chef. Good, man. Good. I'm glad you're cooking. What are you in today? What do you guys take? Right now, I don't see much at the VWAP, guys. Tesla could be a one if it can establish itself above the VWAP. AMD couldn't get up there. Look at AMD down to 417 as your low. Beauty. I wouldn't have survived, so I'm not upset at my. I would have been out of break even in here, so I would have not survived this pullback either way. And even if I would have survived this one by giving it a little bit more room, I guarantee you this one here would have got me out, because this here just tells me, man, this looks like we're ready to bounce off the previous day close and go higher. So if somehow miraculously I would have survived this one, I would have been out here for sure. So I would have missed this move down. So nothing to be concerned there. Intel, NVDA, and Tesla. Okay, here's Tesla now. So now above 416. Let's see if it can do a nice VWAP breakout. Wow, the aggressiveness on Tesla. Look at that. So punching right to the VWAP.
Really punched right back up there, didn't it?
Yeah. Let's take a look at Atlas and how that's doing. Let's see here. Atlas on Tesla. Where'd my Atlas go? Did I close it by mistake? Oh, no, here it is. I got it. All right. So we're looking at Tesla, guys. Dylan 2025. Welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, my friend. Great to have you. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you and the support. And friends, as you're doing that, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Sitting at 308 likes, which is awesome. Last couple of weeks we've been crushing the likes, getting above 450 into the 500 in some cases. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It does help out the channel a ton. So slam that button for us as we were checking out if Tesla is going to do the move here. So we got the pullback on Tesla. So we're looking for a possible VWAP breakout. So here's the breakout. Here's the pullbacks we're getting now. We need a confirmation above like what is this? 416.91-ish. And here it is. We're getting that now. Oh man, I didn't think it was gonna happen that quick. Atlas looks it does look bullish. All right, so getting the signal here. All right, let's try. Let's try stop loss 415.45-ish. We don't want to go in below there. Give it a little room. We don't want to go in below the VWAP, but I always give myself a little bit of room just in case. So we're long Tesla, guys. Should have gotten in much earlier, but the fill was good. I took too long to decide to get in. The fill was not bad. Cannot blame that on Interactive Brokers. The fill was good when I actually hit the button. All right, I'm looking at Atlas. Let's see if we can get up there and get some breathing room. Will be nice. So let's go ahead. Let's get a buffer here. And we got orders towards 418, Peter, is what I'm seeing here. So hopefully let's see 418. Let's see if we can get there on Tesla. All right, guys, long Tesla for a VR breakout. Let's see if we can get the move. Yeah. Yep.
Need some market support here.
Look at that drop.
Support.
How's the market doing? I mean,
the market's pushing it down right now.
Yeah.
So
let's see if we can hold the VWAP. Hold the VWAP. Do your job, VWAP. Hold the line.
Do your job.
Do your job. Let's see. Atlas is still bullish towards 417.55-ish. So it's trying to hold here. Oh, Baz, you got a better entry. Yeah, I didn't get such a great entry on this thing, but that was because of me. That was not system or anything. That's just I overthought the entry or the trade. But I'm like, man, the signals are here. Why? If you're not getting in, you're not following your trade book. Like, what do you want? Everything's lined up. You're being a wuss for. Take the trade. So let's see if that is gonna pay out. So right now it's good. Atlas is doing his thing. The VWAP is doing your job, man. Good job, VWAP. Let's see if we can actually get the momentum going. We need to get at least above 418 to make this trade worth something here. Peter, can you explain how does various Atlas levels are defined?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it myself too.
So if you, I mean, there's no set levels in Atlas, right? It literally lists the stocks where the orders. So what Atlas is showing you is the orders that are on the books, not the executed orders, but the potential orders. So if you look at Atlas for Tesla right now, let's use that as a good example, right? It's going to tell you there's a whole bunch of orders sitting at $420. I see 10,357 if I'm looking at my Atlas right now. But the number depends on, so basically you can use the scroll bar and it'll consolidate, right? By 10 or 5, 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 cents at a time. And it puts all the orders within that range in a single line item for you, depending on how you zoom out. So they're not defined, they're not predefined. It's all based on how much you zoom in or zoom out of the picture. So Carlos, right now it looks like you've got, what is that? 20 cents? 20-cent levels? Oh, 10 levels. It
10
says
cents,
actually
10,
at the top
yeah.
there. 10-cent levels.
Yeah.
So basically all the orders within 10 cents are aggregated on the screen that you're seeing with Carlos. If he was to just scroll on that far right-hand side, it would change the aggregate, the number of aggregate levels. And that allows you to see more or less orders at a time. So it's all an automatic function. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but it's not, there's no predefined levels in there. And the same thing happens on the other. Actually, if you just move the cursor over to where all of the color bars are, you can zoom in and out and see more or less time that has elapsed just to see what's been happening. So hopefully that gives you an idea. So we used to have predefined like set levels, and then updated the software to try and make it a little more flexible so that people can hopefully a little more intuitively sort of move their way through it. So you have to sort of, often I find it's valuable to sort of scroll in and out. You got to see what's happening, because you'll see a different picture.
And every stock is different too, right? Like depending on how many orders they have. Like Tesla is very different than like a UNH, right? Just because the share volume we get, right?
Or we're looking at, like, if you're looking at a Micron or a SanDisk, right? Zooming in so you see 10-cent levels is not going to tell you much. You want dollar levels on those, probably, right? Because they're just, the spread is so big and they're moving in such a wider range. You want to see a little wider price range. So.
All right, my trace right back at the VWAP, guys.
Yeah.
Trying to hold again. It's struggling to keep above here, man.
So for Carlos.
My stop 415.50. We don't want it going below the VWAP, but my stop will be 415.50 in case we dip and then push up. That happens a lot to me, so I always put my stop slightly lower to give myself a little bit of room. So the risk is calculated to here, not here, right? The risk is calculated to where I'm actually going to stop out, not the VWAP. Because if you do that, then you have 50 cents you're not calculating for, and that's no good. That will burn you in the long run. So I always again, I use this VWAP as my stop indicator, but my actual buffer is 415.50. That's where I'm calculating my risk too.
It's
look at this bounce, man. VWAP is trying. Can't be mad at VWAP. Is really trying to hold the line. Go ahead, Peter.
Frank is making a comment about don't think this is a dumb money move. The big money is moving it. I like the way you distinguished dumb money and big money, because dumb money is a traditional term in Wall Street, right? It means us. It means retail traders.
Yes,
it means people that don't have any influence and often don't know what they're doing. You could take exception to that, but it's just a traditional term. But what I think is good to keep in mind is the opposite of dumb money is not smart money, not in this context. The opposite of dumb money is big money. And big money can move the market, but it's not necessarily smarter. It just has more influence, right? And big money can be wrong as well, but it's easier to be right when you've got, enough money to sort of ride out bigger swings and to be able to sort of force the market to your will. So Just keep
Yes.
that in
Yeah.
mind, because
Yeah.
it's and dumb money is just a general term for, again, usually when you had less data and you were less informed, us as dumb money, we're not as dumb as we used to be in aggregate.
Yeah. That's
So,
very true. That's
right.
very true.
And
Yes. Yes.
it was
Yes.
sort of mean of them to call us dumb money, especially when they didn't give us that, when we didn't have access to the data. So of course
Yeah.
we were
Yeah.
dumb. It's more like uninformed. We just didn't
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
the ability to get access to the data needed to be smarter with your plays. Now we can. Now with the tools out there like Atlas and other tools,
Oh yeah.
it gives us a better chance.
Absolutely.
So, and
Absolutely.
Carlos, speaking of not dumb money, look, you managed to hang in there, I hope, on
Yeah.
Tesla. Yeah, you're
I'm
still in.
still
Okay,
in.
good.
Still in. Looking
Perfect.
for at least
Yeah.
a little bit higher. Here, 419 will be awesome.
Perfect.
Because the risk that we gave it, at least this will be a good spot to parse. All right, I think we're close enough. It looks like it wants to break. Atlas is telling me hold on for 419.90, but 419 will take a partial
I like
here.
sometimes your trades, Carlos, they're beautiful for just demonstrating exactly what
Mhm.
we try and do, which is that you've got a strategy and you've
Yeah.
got a perspective, and you're just holding to that, right? Like, you knew where
Yeah.
your stop was. It was below the VWAP, because you knew if it broke that level, then it's
Mhm.
likely to break lower, and you held.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
wasn't comfortable. You were
No,
sitting
it
in the red
sucked.
for a while there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I did take a partial here, by the way, just because it looks like it was going to break, and I think it will, but it's struggling. And just in case it doesn't, we're going to take a partial, take some off here. But yeah, Peter, and I almost, to your point, I almost did not take the trade. Like, I almost did not take it for whatever reason. I'm like, I already got a green trade. We're sitting in the green. We had it.
right, yeah.
Do I want to risk anymore? And
Whoa.
every time you take a trade, you risk losing what you made. So I almost didn't take the trade, but I'm like, man, this looks textbook. Like, everything is here is ready for us to take the trade. Why not? So glad I did. We got a partial
Yeah.
here. Let's just see if we
you.
can actually hold and break higher.
That's smart. I mean, look at AMD. Look at this candle on AMD. That's crazy stuff.
Oh yeah, it's wild. And I see Tesla's
That's always
really
tough when that happens.
trying to hold here. How's the SPY doing? The SPY is okay. So at least now it's not helping us or hurting us. It's just sideways right now. So that's okay. But if the SPY does start to go down, that can hurt our trade here. But yeah, AMD is that's wild, man. And that's the same thing that happened to me here. This thing moved up so quick. I'm like, okay, I gotta get out. This is way too aggressive the way it moved up. And it's been like that lately. So, all right, so here it is, and Tesla kind of pushing down. We're just right below our break even. Atlas is not giving me the warm and fuzzy as it was earlier. So yeah, I think we're gonna get out of this one, man. Let me see. Give it a 4, a couple of more cents, but that's about it. Under 417, we really gotta get out. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. It did hit 417.05. I'm just gonna get out of it. I'm out. I'm out of Tesla, guys. I don't want to give back what we made here. And it might go higher now. It's okay. It might actually break out now, but it might. But that's my decision. I'm protecting the profits. That's it. It is what it is. We gave it a lot of time to actually get it going here, and it's just failed to do that, man. It's just failed over and over again. So my entry is not gonna allow me to hold past this here. So unfortunately, we're out. All right. Yeah, Batswain. I again. Could it break out? I think it can. Atlas looked great. Like here, if you looked at Atlas when it was here, man, it just looked 419.90 still. Got 10,000 shares up there, but I don't like the way it's trading. All right, what else? Can you check NVIDIA and Atlas, please? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Atlas. NVIDIA is stuck, guys. NVIDIA is really, really stuck here. Let's see what we got. NVIDIA, yeah. Atlas at the moment. Let me just zoom in properly into this. Okay, yeah, we'll look at Hood next. Yep, we'll do that. It's really it's hard to tell. You got some motors to the downside for 224, 12,000. Got some to the upside. 224 obviously closer. And I think that's kind of like the low of the day. So you're gonna have some motors hanging out there. Bigger picture, if we zoom out a little bit more, it's a lot more balanced, but it does look closer to the low of the day, but not huge in balance. That's where you gotta kind of get in this range type of trading, I think, because nobody's winning here. It's just back and forth. It is getting tighter and tighter, and then if it continues here, tighter and tighter. So maybe you might get a breakout, but I think that's what you're seeing right now on NVIDIA. Yeah, it's just, again, it looks closer to the downside, but you got plenty of orders up here as well to the upside. So that's a tough one right there. Carlos, my fingers are itching for shorting CBRS considering all the other chip stocks are lagging. I don't know, man. Let's see. CBRS. This one is this one is different, man. It's a different animal. It's a new IPO. You know, I don't know if it's gonna be trading the way the other ones do, right? I'll be careful with a possible short here. But again, here's the question. You know, what's the strategy, right? You could be right. You could be 100% right. Short all the way down to 280, make some money, then take it back long. You could be right in that sense. But yeah, I don't know.
Is it shortable?
We have shorts, yeah. Actually, let me see how much.
Short restriction.
Yeah, it's shortable.
Yeah.
We intact the brokers. Usually, strange. Usually these newer IPOs are not shortable, but I guess there's so much action on this thing, probably, Peter, right?
Yeah.
That is probably they got the flexibility to do so. Let me look at Hood. Then we're gonna go over to see some orders from our community, from our moderators. I got a batch of orders there that we'll take a look at. But first, let's look at Hood. Someone asked me for Hood on Atlas, and let me just bring that up. Here is Hood.
Marco said
Yeah.
said he had a question. I don't see the question though.
What's the question?
I don't know. Hasn't put it in yet. So whenever you get a question there, we were typing. Maybe didn't see our typed response. So just thought I would let him know. We're waiting.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, here he is. I read the rule of averaging.
As you're reading that, let me just look at Hood here for the one we had. So Hood right now, it's Market Atlas. You're not getting a whole lot. Let me zoom out a little because it's a lower price stock, but big time it looks bearish on Atlas, at least as far as the way the orders are lined up. So more bearish. You do got some orders down at 76. So the short period right now here, you don't have a lot going on, but on the bigger time frames, if you zoom out on the bigger ranges, levels, it looks pretty balanced out, man, actually. I was going to say more bullish, but it does look pretty balanced out as far as these numbers go. So there's not a defined winner here or who's in charge. If you zoom in a little bit more to kind of see like, hey, what's the next couple of minutes could look like, it looks bullish. Like $80, 16,000 shares. It does look more bullish than bearish at the moment. All right, Peter, you had a question you were answering?
Yep. Just to say, Carlos, you're probably happy that you got a Tesla. It's back at the VWAP, so probably a good call there.
Well, there good call.
Yeah, Marco, to your question. So yes, the rule is that you need on average 2 round trip trades. So that's in and out on, basically per day over a 10-day period. But what we really do mean an average. So if you only took 1 trade today, I would say don't force it. You're okay. Because over a 10 days, maybe you'll have 3 tomorrow, and then you're good. You've got an average of 2 per day, right? Maybe you'll have none tomorrow, and then 4 on Wednesday. Like, who knows? As long as on average it's at the 2, we just want to make sure that people are actively trading. So you don't have to get like 2 every single day, but it needs to average out to the 2 over the rolling 10-day period. If you find that you're trading, less, like if you normally only get 1 trade a day, we basically, look, you could take just a tiny little trade in and out, right? Win or lose, it'll be a couple of cents. There's a trade. You could always do that. But seriously, I wouldn't worry about it on too micro of a scale. That's why we do a 10-day period. That's 2 weeks. That's 2 trading weeks, right? So it gives you enough time that on average, most people are taking 2 trades. It's usually not that difficult. So,
Yeah.
right. But
Agreed,
good question.
agreed.
Yeah, keep asking.
Yeah, great.
Don't be
Very
afraid to
great
ask
question.
about
Yeah.
how those
Yeah.
things work.
Just don't game the system, man. Don't try to go in there and game the system.
That's all we want. We just want to
cheat.
make sure people.
Don't go in there and make one trade and make $20,000 and then don't trade for like 3-4 weeks. Like that's not gonna rock. You're trying to game the system. Don't do that. It's set to help people realize, am I ready to open up my own account, which is going to become even more relevant as the PDT rule comes down to 2000, right? There's going to be a lot of people skipping the sim process. I'm telling you right now, because I did it. I did it when we did have the PDT rule. I skipped the learning process, right? I did it without that rule. So I could imagine now, I did it with that rule. Now without the rule, there's going to be a bunch of people just skipping the learning process, skipping the simulator, going straight into opening up an account. I opened mine at that time, I think it was like 40 grand. With TD Ameritrade. It's funny, over the weekend I found the monkey. TD Ameritrade has like a monkey as their logo. So when I opened up the account, they gave me that's part of their Thinkorswim. It's like a monkey, and they gave me a bear. They sent me, they gave me a bear. They sent me a bear when I opened up the account, and I found it the other day. It was just laying around. So I skipped the rules back then, right? And 40,000 to skip the PDT rule. So imagine now. With 5,000, 7,000, 10,000, you can come in and start day trading with no restrictions, with margins. Even more so, you want to do a funded account and make sure that you are ready to trade live. That's the whole point of it. The whole point is not to get a payout. You can get a payout anywhere. Here, they got all these firms. You can get a payout every week. So if your goal is to actually get a payout on a regular basis, there's better ways to do that. This will hold you for 90 days. It'll tell you, hey, can I trade my own account? Can I grow my own account? And most importantly, can I not lose the money I make? That's what happens. We all easy to make money. Can you not lose the money you made? It's the hardest thing in trading. Can you keep it? Can you not go on tilt and do, unsmart stuff? That's what I tell my kids. I can't say that. Hey, that was stupid. The kids do stupid things. Like my kids do very stupid things, but you can't tell them that, right? So I just tell them, Papi, that was really unsmart. That was unsmart. You shouldn't do that. And I kind of talk to them nicely, but you can't say you did something stupid. So don't do unsmart thing, guys. All right, that's it. All right, here it is. Orders for today. We have Microsoft. Here's Eamon with Microsoft today. Beautiful trade in, added, partial. And if he made the decision just like Peter did to get Olau, that was a great one. Just look at that. So maybe he saw something he didn't like, change direction, and he did not stick around to see what was going to happen next. And what happens next would have got him out of the trade. So good job, man. Into 420. Got him was a $2-3 moves almost on this one. So good job, Eamon. We'll hear more about that when Eamon comes in a little bit later around 11 a.m. today. So Eamon will be joining us and Kyle. Jeez, look at Tesla, guys. Tesla view. I was watching it. I'm like, I don't want to trade anymore. I got a good day going here. Another green trade on Tesla. Do I want to risk more? But look at this drop, man. Lost the VWAP and going down some more. So we're getting a little bit of a sell-off here. All right, let's continue. Next, Kyle. Kyle also will be trading with Eamon. So these guys are both trading in our community there. So here's Kyle on Intel. This is the trade I was looking for. Very nice, Kyle. He went short. I would have taken it for a 5-minute ORB, which is right around this area. I like this trade, Kyle. Very nice. Good job. Partial. Added. Man, he rolled this down nicely with some adds, some partials. This is a big time trade, guys. Here, this is if you look at it, he's in around let's call it 112. Might be a little bit lower than 112. All the way down to about 109, and I don't think he even got completely out here. He still might be in this. Actually, no, he pulled back quite a bit. Actually, no, he still might be in this, guys. Never pulled back to. I'm looking at the actual charts. Never came back to 112. So we'll hear more from him at 11 when he comes on. All right, who else? We have Alex on the palm tree. He's taking his trade here, long off the VWAP, added. Partial. Alex, a good member of ours, has been with the community for quite some time. So beautiful trade there as well. J2H, short here on NVIDIA. Partial. Try to short it to add right? It's got a good entry. Didn't work out. Probably all out here and called it a day. So great short on NVIDIA. There's a lot of good moves today, guys. Here's another one. Javier, a member of our community. Same thing. He took the bounce of Google here and added in partial as well. And there you have it, guys. That's our trade from our community, our moderators, our members. Great job, guys. Awesome. All right, and friends, if you haven't done so already, we are sitting at 345 likes. We'd love to be a little bit higher. Slam that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really helps the channel out a ton as you guys do that here for us this morning. Jasmine is giving us Netflix. Netflix is putting in a move today. Netflix is chilling here, guys. It is moving up nicely this morning.
Yeah, I was watching the call on CBRS was good. It actually dropped here nicely back to the VWAP. It's
yeah, pretty nice. Yeah, Intel guys. Yeah, I know. This is the one. It's keeps hitting here. This 107.33. It's done it a couple of times already. Let's see if it's going to actually become a very good heavy support and head the other way, or if it's going to come a flush that it breaks through. So right now seems to be
should have
lower.
taken some shares short on CBRS just for the fun of it, because to me it's very odd to be able to short an IPO like on the third day that it's trading. They've clearly loosened the rules, because it used to be 2 weeks before you could short anything. Now,
even if they have the shares. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know they had that rule.
Well, they used to have restrictions on how soon you could short after an IPO. It seems like they've loosened those, and it could have been a while back for all I know, because we had such a long stretch without any good IPOs. I just never ran into the opportunity. So,
yeah. I'm seeing here. What do we have? Someone mentioned shorting CBRS. Who was that? Hopefully you did, man. You had something going. You thought about something here. Shorting it here down to maybe 280.
I was talking about it at VWAP at around the 292.
Yeah, it was. So hopefully you did take.
I remember looking at it after they'd mentioned it, and I thought, yeah, that looks like a reasonable, place, because I was surprised you could short. So I was looking it all up.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think was it Bat Swain? I think it was Bat Swain that wanted to take a short up there. Wow, look at the drop, man. It's really
right. No shorts at Schwab. Okay, so somebody tried.
Oh, okay. How about with Oh, no, never mind. Schwab is Thinkorswim. I was gonna ask Thinkorswim.
Not me.
Yep.
Ditto. You have 2 D's, so I would say Ditto, but well, again, English being the weird language that it is, it's tough to know.
Yeah. All right, friends. What do we have
language
here?
That's not a language that we speak here. English.
PLTR. Let's see what PLTR is
ditto.
up to.
Ditto. Okay.
Yeah. Tesla new low. Yeah, no, things are collapsing, guys. Things are definitely see SPY is taking a bit of a dive. I'm not in anything, unfortunately. This would have been nice to jump in on something.
Tesla go now. Tesla's
yeah,
dropping.
no, things are
things are really dropping.
This is nice. I'm not in anything at the moment. All right, we'll see if this fine gentleman is in anything right now. Is Mike? Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Mike,
good, man.
He's alive.
Yeah, I'm alive. Man, this it's been a rough weekend for me. So
I bet, man. I was worried about you.
It really was. Friday was not a good day, and then yesterday, same thing, and then to the rescue came my wife to remind me that when the doctor tells you to take meds, you should probably take meds.
You should take the meds.
You should take them, meds. Especially if they say don't stop these abruptly.
Yeah, that might be a reason why you don't want to.
Yeah.
Elon is
now
asking, why
now
did you
know
stop?
why.
There's Elon asking, why did you stop the
Yeah.
drugs? Like, he doesn't understand.
Mental issues. So I got sick Wednesday, right? So I was sick
Yeah.
Wednesday. So I didn't take the med on Wednesday. Thursday, I took my meds and then had a normal day. And then Friday, my wife left, and then I didn't take the meds. And then I had the issue. And then Saturday, I was recovering from it, didn't think about it because they're right here in front of the computer. So I remember to take them. But because I wasn't at the computer on Friday, and then Saturday, I didn't move them out to the living room, and I never came in here to the computer because I'm like, I don't want to do anything on the computer. And then Sunday, the same thing. And then my wife's like, as I'm talking to her on Sunday, she's like, hey, your meds are in here. How come you haven't been taking them? I'm like, oh, maybe that's why I feel like crap.
Oh man.
So,
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I swear to God, right? We like to think we're relatively intelligent human beings, but sometimes I'm thinking like I probably wouldn't survive if it wasn't for my wife because she's like,
yeah.
I don't understand. Why am I such a moron?
So I took it very easy today in the market. I also had P Capital Trading that I was trading with. We had a couple good trades on Google during the session.
Oh, Google.
But yeah, Simone, he took. Sorry, you got my screen. I gotta figure this out somewhere. Somehow, some way, I'll figure this out. I told you I'm a little off today.
Yeah.
No, we got your screen going. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, there's Google. So he took a nice trade on Google here. As it pulled off the high of day, he got in and took this up high, and he's probably out at break even now during this big sell-off, but he was sitting up here at 409. So he had a very nice trade on it. Great high of day break there. I did not take any trades all day. We were talking other things. Simon didn't tell me about this trade. He was keeping it secret to himself. But we had great learning that was occurring, and the importance on following your trades and understanding that it's important not to worry about every trade, right? So a trader came on and he asked, and this is good for everybody on YouTube too. He asked, hey, what do you do when you start having doubts, Mike, about your strategy and whether it works or not? So I was like, okay, let's do this. So how many category 1 and 2 trades have you taken? He's like, oh, not that many, like 7. I'm like, okay, 7, no problem. How many category 3 and 4 trades have you taken? So many. I'm like, no, I don't want general. Tell me, how many have you taken? And he goes, 30. I'm like, okay. So we identified the number one problem, which is discipline, right? Like going there. And then I asked him, I go, okay, out of those 7 category 1 and 2 trades, how many were winners and losers? He's like, oh, let me pull up my journal. So he pulls up his journal. He's like, well, I've taken 9 trades. So look, even off the bat, he didn't really realize how many he took. And he goes, I go, okay, how many are winners? He says 4. I'm like, okay, how many are losers? Says 5. I go, all right, what's your average winner? And we'll use ours. And he said, I have 1.5 R. And then I go, okay, what's your average loser? And he's like, a little over a half a R. I'm like, okay, so you're worried about your plan not working. You're just below 50% on your cat 1 and 2s, but you have a 1-to-2, 1-to-3 ratio. Like your plan is fine. It's your ability to follow your plan that is your issue, that is building and destroying your confidence in your plan, right? it's not that the plan isn't working, it's that you're thinking all these others. And then one of the things, right, that we have him do is Brendan's new failed trade identifier. I said, so what's the thing that keeps popping out in that? And he's like, FOMO.
Mhm.
Right? Fear of missing the move or the money, right?
Oh, yeah.
Chasing the
Oh, yeah.
money, chasing it. But that is what we do in peak capital, right? We bring those out, right? And then we're also pretty honest with people that as well, or at least I am. I don't know. Carlos and Peter, they might be nicer, but I'm the Marine of the course. So when I get traders that say, yeah, that don't have a trading plan, then I'm like, so why are you trading? Unless you are doing the observation exercise that we tell you, why are you trading if you don't have a plan? You're just a gambler. You're a gambler. Like, just own that. If you can own that, then that is good for you, right? Because if you're here on YouTube trading and you're like, I'm a gambler, well, at least you know you're a gambler, right? So you have
at least you know where you stand. Yeah.
But if you lie to yourself and you're like, no, I'm not a gambler, well, that could be your first problem that you're having to deal with. So as far as futures though, today, I didn't see anything in the futures market either that I've really liked off of this, mainly because we've been in a downtrend and then we kind of pulled back. And this is just, I think, more of a, if you look on the hourly chart here, I just think this is more of a pullback in a downtrend. So I didn't see anything really that set up nicely for me that I could really take today. So I'm just kind of sitting back and we'll see what the rest of the market or rest of the day does. So
Hopefully we get more moves. That was a great move down. I'm sort of
Yeah.
upset that I missed it here, but
Yeah, just got a nice move down on a lot of things here. Even NVIDIA, look at NVIDIA, man, hit 220.66. So that's a beautiful drop.
I mean, look at this drop down and now we're coming back up again, but man. Yeah. So this 7420 is Friday's low, I think. I'm pretty sure it's Friday's low. Yeah, Friday's low. So we're sitting inside, which will be interesting to see if we can stay above this or if we're going to drop this level. If we drop this level, we could definitely go lower on the day. So
yeah, we'll see. SPY's also trying to recover now, get back to that previous day close. But man, that was a nice drop. It's so funny. It's like it had a nice pop early on, 9:45, came back, struggled, and now dropped, trying to come back again. We would love to see how this is going to end after what was their not first, but the pullback we're getting from just hitting all-time highs on Thursday, right? So it's kind of like the second day here.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a turn or is it going to be a pullback? So
we really, because like we really just chopped around on Friday, didn't we?
yeah, after the gap down, we didn't go anywhere. It was a very small intraday range for the most part.
Yeah. And then we pushed lower after hours, and now we're kind of back just slightly lower than that range. That'll be interesting if we get back into this range, what we do. Yeah. Market should just be sitting there waiting on NVIDIA's earnings. That's what it could be waiting for. Never know. Never know.
And together, so I finally got a plan together, and wow, just takes the guessing and anxiety out of the question. Yes, agree. It's kind of what Mike was saying earlier. You'd be surprised. Listen, we talk to a lot of traders, right? And it could be a number. There's never like, oh, this is the one thing we see. This is it. No, but we see this a lot though. Whether people don't have a plan, as Mike mentioned, people don't have a trading plan. They don't have a trade book. And the ones that do, they don't follow it. Like these two things are a big problem. We see more people without a trade plan when they first start. But then once you have it, it's like how quickly are you going to be disciplined to follow it is the next thing. And that's tough. We're not saying that everybody gets it right away. It's not an easy thing to do. We're not sitting here saying we got it the first time around. No. We didn't. It took some time, but once you get that, man, your trading becomes so much simpler. You don't have to guess when to take a trade, when not to take a trade. It's there written for you. You just got to follow it, right? And trust the plan. So much easier said than done. We know that, but it's important to at least have those two things, right? Not having them is a big issue. So I agree with your comment.
Yeah, having the plan, it's like the rule book, right? When you have a rule book, it's so much easier to follow it and not get overwhelmed, right? And doubt yourself and question yourself. Because when you don't have a plan and you're in the market and watching a 1 minute is probably the worst when you don't have a plan, because the market's going up and down and up and down and up and down, and you're unsure of what you are doing. Those whipsaws up and down can really affect you emotionally, right? They really, you're like, oh, I need to get out. So then you get long, you get out, and then you're like, oh, I was right. So you get back in, then you get stopped out again, then you get back in, then you get stopped out. And then the worst thing happens. You're like, okay, I'm going to be disciplined now and stop trading because I hit my max loss. And then the move happens. And then you're all frustrated because what the heck? Well, if I just didn't have that stop loss, and that's not the problem. The problem is you didn't have a plan going in, so you were trying to chase your entries.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, AMD. I was kind of hoping AMD. It was holding up initially at the market. I thought it could possibly hold, but it did not. The market won.
Market definitely won, man. I'm looking at my short here, man. This would have been awesome if we didn't have that crazy. We had such a crazy pullback. Looking at the 5-minute chart, candle 950. If we could have avoided that push up, man, I would probably still been in this 100%. But it is what it is. But everything kind of make it a new low here. Intel low 106.35 for now. NVDA coming back down, making a new low 220.66. You got Tesla also 409 is the new low now. So man, what a rejection. Trying to get above the VIA failed. And I see you got Google up there, Mike.
Yeah,
so
Google
holding.
And Amazon. Yeah, Google held and Amazon held. Look at Amazon. Amazon didn't even lose the VWAP.
Yeah, that's
very interesting.
Good strong stock trying to hold here. That's good.
Strong stock trying to.
Yes.
Google.
I don't know if you guys see it, but when I see that like as a strong stance. Like, hey, the market's dropping, we're not following you, we're sticking around here. I see that as a strong thing, and if the market's able to turn around and there's an opportunity to go higher, that could be a good play. So, yeah, they're both just steady right there.
Both steady, sticking there. So, risk. Short. Today was a short play, but unfortunately, out of the gate, we wanted to push higher and kind of.
Yeah, a little head fake at the open, right?
Making
us think it wanted to go higher.
This big pullback here. Like, this is.
Tesla making a new low, man. The weakness on Tesla is real right now. Well, not everything at the moment. Everything is just down.
Well, except Netflix. Netflix is high.
Netflix.
Oh, Netflix is up.
Netflix got some, they got something good going. I logged in over the weekend. They had a couple of kids' movies that I didn't think were going to be out right away that were just out in the theaters not so long ago. So they're doing something right, Doing something right. Go. Yeah, that was one of them.
Go?
I went to the theater to watch that because my son is into basketball. But when I saw it over the weekend, I'm like, this is already here. This was quick. So I liked it. It was a good movie for the kids, and for adults too. That's a good message. So yeah, yep.
Yeah, look at Netflix. Yeah, go Netflix. Go.
Oh, Netflix. This is the last thing people cancel, I think, when they're going through their subscriptions. I think it's the last. This is the one that sticks around for the longest. And they figure out their menu. Like Prime, your menu sucks. It is so horrible.
Oh God, the interface.
I never understood why
get
they don't
rid of
just-
that crap.
They don't learn. Yeah. Like there's some things that are just basics, like even like Apple. You know, Apple's
Same
interface is even worse.
Apple's even worse.
Horrible.
Like try and find, if you just want to see, if you're watching a show with multiple episodes, trying to get back to the list of episodes.
You
why
gotta
do they make
scroll
that so difficult?
down and hit info.
like-
Like, what is
Oh
happening
my
here?
God.
Oh,
Like why is it? Anyways, yeah.
You don't
I
normally
gotta
get a-
give it to
you don't know-
Netflix.
you don't normally get a three-way rant. This is a three-way rant. Hey, we're all
Oh, yeah,
ranting
there
here.
you
This
go.
is just horrible. So
But it's
bad.
just one. It's almost like they're embarrassed to copy it, but it works. It worked. Just copy the
Yes.
format. I don't care.
Copy
just steal it.
copy it.
like,
There's no
Netflix
copyright
in.
on that.
figured
Just
it out.
give in.
Give
Hey,
Just give
bend
in. Quit
the knee.
trying to be different.
Bend the knee. Just bend the knee. That's it.
Bend
you know,
the knee.
Netflix is like it's like you're going hiking. Netflix is ahead of you. They already did the little path on the grass. You want to go in the big bushes and get ticks and all this other crap? Bend the knee, get on the damn path, and just follow what Netflix is doing. Why you got to make this
Just follow.
complicated? Oh my goodness!
That's all you have to do.
All you
It's
have
the
to do.
best interface out there. It works. It's smooth.
Yes.
You just stop on something and it gives you a preview. You don't gotta like click a button.
Now,
Yeah.
that being said, they do have some features on some of the other ones that I wish Netflix would adopt. So it's not all bad. Like I like on Prime that if you move your cursor or you stop, it'll tell you the actors that are in
Yes,
it, and you
that's
can then
pretty
click on the
nice.
bio
Yeah.
of each one of the actors.
Yeah.
So that's not bad. But
That's nice.
that would be cool to have in Netflix. But yeah, but overall, it's a much better. They just make it so much easier.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. it's
Anyway.
Yes, they do.
a beautiful
They
thing.
make it. Yeah. Netflix. That is probably the only one. I honestly think a lot of sports fans. It's crazy.
If you're a sports fan, you
I'm
gotta be
almost
upset.
tempted. Oh yeah, I'm a huge sports fan.
Yeah.
And the thing that has irritated me so much lately is that you got to have all these different streaming apps to
Right.
get
Yeah.
all the sports games. Ironically, YouTube TV Live has 95% of the sports.
No way.
Yep. YouTube Live. You can get just about anything except Prime and Netflix.
Hmm.
The sports
Wow.
that are on Prime and Netflix. Everything else I've been able to find on YouTube. So during during the March Madness, during the NBA playoffs, and now the hockey playoffs, whenever I couldn't get it on either one of those two streamings, I just go downstairs to my lobby and pull up the YouTube Live account that they have for us.
So you're not even,
There
you're
it
not even
is.
used to it. You're not even paying for it. Like, I'm gonna steal these guys. I love it.
Yeah. I'm just, oh no, you say I'm not paying for it. I'm paying for it in rent. I promise you. My rent
Nothing
is
is
paying
free.
for that YouTube
Oh, yeah, yeah.
subscription.
That's right.
There's
Nothing.
nothing free in there.
Good point, Mike. There's nothing free. I live by that. Nothing is free, man. Trust me. They're getting you some way, one way or another.
Yeah.
They are. So, but it's nice to have. So we got the UFC fight or the MVP fight that was on. Like it was good. I
Yeah.
liked it.
Nice.
So
Nice,
But,
nice.
yeah, I may bend the knee to YouTube Live, and when I get into my permanent home, I may actually do that.
Yeah.
We'll see how this football season goes, where they got football on like I don't know 10 different streaming apps now. It's like, come on.
It's just ridiculous, man. Really is.
Hopefully whoever sued them wins and gets lots of money.
Yeah.
Because
I'm just hoping we dialed all this back. Let's just dial all these different streaming apps. Let's dial it back to regular cable, and I just add whatever I need. Just give me a bunch of channels, one cable company, and put everything on there, and just you add as you go. You want HBO, you add it, but you have the same cable company. This thing about apps, and this is very frustrating. It really is to find things. So
yeah. And Peter, you make the point. It was good in the beginning because you're like, oh, I'm getting a better deal. I like this app thing. And now we've gone so far to the extreme. It's like,
yeah, I'll pay more. I'll pay more. I don't
for
care. We'll pay more. At this time, we are probably paying more the way it is set up now.
Oh yeah,
There's no question.
Sure.
Oh, I guarantee you.
Oh.
Yeah. And then you
Madness.
Think about all the ones that you don't know that you're paying for.
Right.
That you're paying because you forgot about it.
Yeah.
Peacock, they got me.
For that, you sign up for that one game.
Yeah,
and it's a
Super Bowl.
7-day free trial that automatically renews, and in 7 days you completely forget about it, and then all of a sudden you just have this until you look at your bill and you go, "What is this?"
And you won't notice right away. You're not gonna notice $15, whatever it was, like $8. It was something cheap. You're not gonna notice it until you realize, what the heck is this? Florida, blah 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 blah. Peacock. What the? I haven't seen this in years, like months, whatever. Just go cancel that thing.
Yep.
It's wild, man.
It's so funny.
So I'm sure that trial is a big business for a lot of companies, right? That sign up free trial thing.
That's why they do it.
Oh yeah.
They'll get you, man.
They got it on the football. Isn't that why you signed up for it?
100%. That's it. I didn't even know what Peacock was until I started looking. Like, what is this thing? I have no idea.
It's NBC.
Yeah, I had no idea. And I'm like, the Super Bowl, I got to download this to watch the Super Bowl? Like, come on, man. But I did.
Gotcha.
I did. And they got me for about 2 months after that. They got me for about 2 months.
Gotcha.
So you forget about it, yeah. So.
UNH really did nothing today, so that was not a good target.
Yeah,
Ford
it's
was another one that I was watching. It dropped right at the open, but now it does what Ford normally does, moving sideways.
Does it look like an algo yet, Ford?
No, not quite, but
not yet.
Yeah. Look at CBRS came back, man.
Yeah,
not quite to where it dropped from, but pretty close.
Pretty close.
So did move higher. Try to see what else we got going here, friends.
Things are quieting down here now. So
yeah. Good day though, man. It was a great morning, guys. If I saw Eamon and Kyle get ready to come on board here. It was a great morning. We had a lot of really good opportunities. NVIDIA to the downside. Tesla, you, Peter, took that early to the downside. So there was a lot of really great plays. Intel, AMD, I mean, so many stuff here that traded well this morning. Netflix long, Google as well. If you wanted long opportunities, we had those too. We had all of that. Connolly funded account? No, man, we can't do funded account at 375. We need higher. We need 500. 500 likes get us a funded account, and we'll do it for everybody, right? So I don't think we'll get it today.
Help you all out. I forgot to like.
I forgot to like the button.
I came in late, so I'm like,
So maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's a good day. People are just waking up this week. Okay, ready to go. Tomorrow we'll do it.
Last Friday or Thursday we had over 500. See?
Yeah, it was nice.
Slack off. You don't get funded. And we didn't even ask. People just
no, they just did it. Yeah, it's awesome. You have those days, man. I forget myself sometimes, but it happens. It happens. All right, I see Kyle. I see Eamon. I see Kyle. Eamon should be coming on shortly here, friends, and we'll let you guys hang out with those folks. Both of them had blockbuster trades today, so looking forward to that. Here we go. Hello.
So here's the question, Kyle. Yeah. Did you get yourself headphones yet?
I didn't get headphones, but I think I got my microphone.
When are you gonna bend the knee? When are you gonna bend the knee? Like,
you love that term. Bend the knee.
I'm telling you, it's gonna solve all your audio issues, man. Just
bend the knee, man. Bend the knee, Kyle.
Bend the knee. I'll kiss the ring.
Otherwise, Mike is going to break it.
I'm telling
He
you.
keeps fighting, man. He keeps fighting.
So, Kyle,
I'm not fighting. I just don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. I just
no,
don't
no,
know.
you're it's okay. By the time
You're
you're
good.
done, by the time you're done with Bear with Traders Live, you're gonna be a producer, sound engineer. Trust me, we'll get you there. This is what we do to people. You thought you came here to be a trader? No, we're gonna turn you around to a producer, engineer, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So I see you got the Jordan in the back, man. What's your take on Jordan and LeBron? That conversation of the GOAT. Give us
Honestly,
a quick minute on it.
I grew up in the 90s. I was born in 86, so I kind of caught Jordan at the end of his career. The finals for me is always, I don't know, that's the conversation piece, right? Like I think he never lost in the finals, right, Jordan? But
Okay.
I don't know. The more LeBron plays, like he's 41, the things he's doing out there right now, like it's a tough argument. But being 40, I'm an MJ guy. I love him and his determination, how he went and played baseball for that year, and then he came back, he played baseball for his dad, came back, still dominated a little bit, but I don't know. It's a tough debate. There's no doubt about it. I think it depends on when you were born, to be honest. If you're not like a 2000s kid, you're going to be a LeBron guy, but before that, it's yeah. What do you think?
Oh man, I can't tell you. I'm a LeBron's fan for sure, but I'm realistic on the help Jordan had. Like you know, if you put anyone with LeBron, Kobe's caliber in the team that Jordan had, they're gonna be crushing it. You know, I mean, people forget. Like, yes, when Jordan retired, and we'll get off this real quickly, guys. When Jordan retired, he took off the time when his dad passed away to try baseball. You know, obviously a traumatic situation for him. His team still went to the finals. I mean, to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, they were still a squad to beat without him.
Yeah.
I mean, Scottie Pippen's no joke. Dennis Rodman, Steve Kerr, Tony Kukoc. I mean, Luke Longley. These guys were monsters, man. Like, this team, it was a monster team. And now you add Jordan to it? Like, really? Monster team. You know, I mean, just incredible. So, you take out Jordan out of that team and you ask someone like LeBron, they probably would have had the same success, right? I mean, it's just, I think it was a very well put team. But again, nothing from Jordan. He's incredible. But I think his team was awesome. Now, when LeBron left his Cavaliers, what happened? Last place. So you kind of see the difference between, you know, that situation. But nevertheless, man, I want to take your take. I see you got your jersey up there and you got some teams. I wanted to see what your thought was on that. Yeah. So awesome. All right, I'll leave you guys. Me and Mike are out of here. I see Peter's already wrapped up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. But now, Eamon and Kyle, look forward to see how you guys did today and some of the trades. You guys had amazing trades. Oh, Peter's here.
I'm still here. I'm hanging out. Yeah, sorry.
Peter's always here.
We just closed the camera.
There you go.
I like your frozen camera during this discussion. You were like so happy about this discussion.
So happy. Just,
There you go. All right, guys. Take care. Oh, yeah, we need to hear about the parking ticket. Absolutely. All right, guys. Take care. Oh, look, Mike did the same thing. He leaves, and they both smile before they leave because they know the pictures get frozen.
We know, because it freezes that.
You know the trick, guys.
You know how it works. All right.
Yeah, after people quote you with seeing screenshots before figuring out this. Yep. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Peter, Mike, and Carlos, and hello, YouTube and Kyle. How are you all doing today?
I'm great. I had a great long weekend here in Canada. My mother-in-law was here. My son had his first haircut. We can jump into that. But I had a great day, great weekend.
Well, I guess your weekend is still not finished, right?
No, it's not. My wife's off today. Well, my fiance's off today. So we're going to go for a nice walk after this. And hopefully it's a little bit sunny. It snowed in Calgary. It didn't snow in Edmonton, but in Calgary down the highway, it snowed here. It's crazy. But anyways, how was your day?
My day was good. I took one single trade on Microsoft. I honestly did not expect I'd be trading, but I caught a really quick 3.5 hour winner on Microsoft, and I just called it today. Overall, amazing. Happy about it. Before we go to the trades, though, let's see what we had today. Guys, what is the best runner today? Catalyst, no catalyst, news. What did I miss today? Are you aware of any low float thing that did a crazy run?
I had actually Poet on my watch list. That ran pretty
Oh
good.
yeah, yes, Poet. I remember this one from the pre-market show, and it
Nothing too
is
crazy,
down
but
25%.
yeah, I actually took a quick little stab at this one, 5-minute opening range breakdown, just 500 shares, nothing crazy. Did about a 3-hour trade on it, so it was good. That was a good
Good job.
runner.
I
And
mean,
then ASTS, I think, as well was pretty good. Oh no, never mind.
ASTS. Yeah,
No,
ASTS is horrible.
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 Bad call, bad call.
Sorry. Yeah, stick with my Poet. Yeah, there you
Just
go.
don't repeat it.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. So, okay. So, guys, some people are calling. CBRS. Yeah, that's actually interesting. CBRS. There it is.
CBRS. Okay.
Yeah, this thing is recovering for $300 actually. It's interesting. By the way, if this hour manages to close around the $300, I think we might have a small pop up all the way to 320. Give me 1 second. I think my battery backpack needs to be changed. I'll be back in a few seconds, guys.
Yeah, no problem. How was everyone's morning? I had a nice trade. I'm still watching Intel right now for a bit of a long. It's coming up to Friday's close. That doji candle there's a little bit scary for me, but I'm gonna wait for the 15-minute candle to close to enter. It's at R2 right now, so I'm just being a little bit careful. Eamon has my trade. I'm sure he'll pull it up after, but I had a really nice short on Intel this morning. 2 or 3 ads, 5-minute opening range breakdown. I've honestly been loving that strategy, especially the break and retest. I'm not telling anyone how to trade, but that is one heck of a strategy for me as of recent.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to change the battery pack. Otherwise, yeah, I'll be here without camera. Anyway, so you said you shared the trade with me, right? On Telegram?
I will resend it here.
Okay.
I think John sent it. Let me see here.
All right, guys, let's quickly take a look at what we have around here. So INTC sold off a lot. We have USO. USO, it makes sense to see USO getting squeezed with all of these Strait of Hormuz things going around. No deal, no conclusions, nothing. I expect this thing to actually rip even higher. I'm a huge sell-off. I think today is going to be a really good day for reversals and bounces. I'm not gonna speak too early about it, but we might find some good trading opportunities. Candy, how are you doing? You are here every day, probably more than all of us.
Yeah, thank you for the support. You are always here, and thank you for being active in the chat room too.
Actually, there are lots of people here who are
Frank,
here every day.
Ben.
I remember. Yeah, exactly. I remember Ben calls, Bim Paras, Frank is here is a lot. Pedro actually seems quite often around here. Thermal Sculpt. Yeah, I remember you as well. Jerome Page. Really familiar names every single day.
Even Paris.
Big Lou is here. Paris. Yeah, Bim Paras, Big Lou is here. Thank you
you
for
guys.
sticking
Thanks
around.
for hanging out with us. It's awesome. I just sent you it in Telegram.
Yeah, Sultana Atlanta is here as well. I remember this every day here.
Yeah.
You see, guys? Well, I'm like, okay, so you said you sent me the trade, right? Let's take a look at it. And then we are going to scan for some trading opportunities, and I'll walk you guys also through what I have traded today. INTC short.
Yeah, so this strategy, I actually back tested it a lot on the weekend as well. I had some downtime yesterday. Just a clean 5-minute opening range breakdown. You always just wait for that second candle closure. I've been really trying to be patient on that and just waiting for it to give you a bit of a confirmation. The SPYs and the Qs were almost selling off perfectly with it. Those are all little 10% partials. My first ad was a little bit premature. It was very small. I only added 50 shares because I'm really working on my ads and not ruining my average. And then it came back up, came back down. I went in another 100 shares and then partialed all the way down to the bottom. Market Atlas, honestly, I am loving Market Atlas. It has been trading me so good. And even just holding the trades a little bit longer. So those are all 10% partials, one big ad. I got stopped at a break even on that hammer candle. And then the book actually flipped. And I went just for a very quick long to the left. On the
Was it this day?
Yes. The book flipped. I actually hit my full target. And then I just took a quick scalp on that. I made it like $50 on that. And that was it. I was done for the day. I felt good with it. That was it. Quick and easy.
Well, that's actually amazing. Well done. This was clean. And my trade wasn't as long as this one. It was just a quick momentum trade at the open. I had Microsoft on my list, and yeah, this was basically one of the two stocks that I was watching. I was watching Netflix for a potential short trade, and Microsoft for a potential long trade. And I said that Microsoft should be traded only after a fake breakdown. Why is that? If you take a look at the hourly chart, this thing kept selling off since the previous day all the way to the 20 moving average. So even though it started consolidating, usually these type of stocks, they give you traps. They start by going to the upside like this, and then they dump. So I wanted to make sure that I'm going to see some traders getting trapped before I play it. And then you see what happened at the open. Market opens, it breaks to the downside, instantly squeezes above the level of support. Normally when a level gets broken, you expect price to sell off, to flush to the downside. But this thing, after the break of the level, it recovered. This is my favorite setup at the open. I don't even wait for a 1 minute candlestick to close if I see this. I could play it literally on the very first minute or on the very first few seconds, because I can tell that a lot of traders get trapped. There is a lot of volatility, there is a lot of momentum, and I'm going to see the price continuing in my favor. So I pulled my the trigger for a long. Normally, when I play to the long round here, I put my stop loss right at the low of the level. I don't go for a wide stop loss, and I do not include the fake break. But at the open, that was a bit too tight to have as a stop. So I decided to just give it some extra room all the way down here. That was my initial stop. Now the price breaks the range. I instantly added to my position. I moved my stop loss to the low of this candlestick. So now I have two positions. I have this position around here, which gave me somewhere around 2 hours. And I have this position around here, which also gave me slightly above 2 hours. So that was supposed to be 4.5 hours trade, but because I added manually without a hotkey, miscalculated the share size, I made less than I wanted to make. But that was basically it. Now look at the final target. There it is, around here. And you see how it literally rejected it to the penny. Remember last time we discussed that one of the ways to find levels one of the ways to find levels is to find these that act as a support and as a resistance at the same time. These ones are usually the strongest, and they are being well respected. That's why I use this one as final target. Now, if you take a look at the daily chart on Microsoft, you can see that this thing is doing nothing. You have a green after a red, after a green, after a reverse hammer, after a red, after a green, after a red, like literally no trend. The daily chart is so messed up, so I knew that even if we end up breaking to the upside, the likelihood of having huge continuation is low. But what I ended up playing is the first 60-minute candlestick. How do we decide our target when we play the opening range candlestick? You go to the 30-minute chart and you check how big is the first candlestick how big was the first candlestick on the previous day, and you can see that it was somewhere around $5. 2 days ago, how big was it? It was somewhere around $5, right? Before that, it was somewhere around $4. And you keep doing that, and then you pick the average. So just by looking at the last 3 days, I could tell that the average is somewhere around $5 on average, $4 to $5. So I go from the lowest point, which is 416. I add $5 to that. That's 421. Now, I'm not going to target for 121 simply because it's the average. I want it to coincide with a level. And like magic, this $5, which is the average size of the first 30-minute candlestick, coincided with the strongest level that we've had out there. And that's how I decided my final target. If I was hoping for a bigger run, what would have happened? I would have exited the rest of my position at break even. And that's how you give the market small cuts every single time. Partial, rested break even. Partial, rested break even. Partial, rested break even. I calculated how many shares I give back to the market, and I just realized that sometimes exiting all out makes you more money in the long run. But you should not exit all out every time. There should be a reason. And the reason around here is that the daily chart is messed up, so I'm not playing a daily candlestick. ATR, the 30-minute chart gives me an average size, $5. Always the first 30 minutes is somewhere around $5. And since I'm not playing a daily chart, I need to target these $5. Make sure that the $5 is valid area. For example, if this level here was sitting somewhere down here, I would not have gone for a $5. I would have gone for a $4 because I would need it to break through a strong level to give me that number. The $5 give me an area zone where I want to sell. The level is the horizontal area or the target that I'm aiming for. So yeah, that's basically it, guys. Now let's go and scan for some trading opportunities for this morning. Are you watching anything right now, Kyle?
I have my finger on the trigger on Intel here a little bit, but I don't love how the 15-minute chart looks on it. If anything, I think it's flipping to a short.
Yeah, it looks like a reverse ABCD pattern, but at the same time, it is around a strong level of support. So it's one of these trades where it feels like it's a long, feels like it's a short, pattern-wise feels like a short, but technical-wise feels like we're respecting the low of the range and it can go to the upside. It needs some extra confirmation, right?
It needs
Just
more time.
One more trigger. Needs more time, yes.
And that's what I honestly like. After just chatting with you, my level of patience has actually increased so much. Like, yes, I am an opening range momentum trader, but around this time, you just really have to like go down to the 15, go to the 30, use the 5-minute chart too, and just be patient and just wait. Because the more you look at these and you're getting your chart time, your screen time, you really start to see, and you can just wait for the confirmation and then pick your targets and where you want it to go, right? And just listening to Eamon and reading his book and picking your targets around these times, it's I definitely appreciate you for that. And it's just time, and just even if you're in the simulator and just take these trades, you don't have to be live, but just really implement these higher time frames around this time. Because the old me here, I would have went long on this already, and I would have got stopped out on Intel, no doubt about it. So just sitting and waiting for that confirmation, especially around those previous day closes, and those, any level of resistance or support, just wait for that confirmation.
Correct. The Qs do look short. Pedro is asking about the Qs. Looks like we're forming a bear flag around here. And look at Atlas. It's so rare to get level 2 imbalance on the Qs and on the SPY. They're usually how do they call them? I forgot the term for that. Balanced. Yeah, they're usually balanced. Here you can see clear imbalance, and you see it more bearish than bullish. That tells you that this thing is probably going to sell off. I don't know if it's going to happen right now or a little bit later, but this thing is probably going to be hitting the $700 today. And we have all the reasons for that to happen. We had the first weekly red candlestick in a while. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with a bearish candlestick. Isn't this telling you that this week wants to continue going lower? So we're probably going to have a new weekly low. I don't know if that's going to happen today, tomorrow, or after, but it needs to continue going lower. Daily chart, we're having a small head around here. So there is the shoulder, there is the head. Could sell off to 700 a day, maybe hold it for the next day or maybe the next couple of days, give us the second shoulder, and then finally start giving us a decent pullback. But I do not like playing it to the short side at the moment here, at least on the 30-minute chart, because the move is already too big. But 15-minute wise, this thing is ready to go lower. We had the drop, we had the pullback, now we have the flag, and it is setting up for short. More short than long. Good call out, Pedro. Not exactly the type of trades that I take, but I can see what you see in it. That's bad one. And someone is calling NVDA. Now, note this. NVDA, the Qs, I think Apple would be as well here, right? Yeah, Apple, maybe Amazon. No, not Amazon. So, but most of the stocks, Apple, NVIDIA, maybe MU, right? They're doing the exact same thing as the market. So if the market breaks this low, everything is going to continue going lower. And you can choose what you want to trade. You want to trade the Qs? Trade the Qs. You want to trade TQQ? Go for it. You want to trade NVIDIA? Go for it. You want to trade, I don't know, INTC? Go for it. Everything is following the market. The market is more short than long, but I don't have the entry criteria that I'm looking for at this stage. It is going to sell off, but probably going to sell off, but I don't see my entry criteria to jump into this thing.
Would you see NVIDIA as an ABC pattern on a 5-minute chart or no?
I would not call it an ABCD pattern, but yes, it is a trend continuation to the downside. I don't like these two 15-minute candlesticks. They are so bullish. I don't like the 30-minute chart. Hammer, even though it already tried to go higher, now it's probably going to continue selling off. So yes, similar to the Qs, more bearish than bullish, but I don't see my entry criteria. When I don't see my entry criteria, I don't trust the plan or the trade itself. I don't want to lose money on something that doesn't match my trade book.
Yeah,
Feels
especially
bad
like the
after
15-minute chart on NVIDIA, that hammer candle, that would scare me to go short from that time, right?
Yep. I think maybe a little bit later today, if it makes it one more time to 706 and holds it, we can give it a try. Especially that I have one more trade left in my arsenal. My first trade was a winner, and normally if my first trade is a winner, I can take one more trade, and I want it to count. I want to make sure that it's really good one, not something that looks good and I waste my bullet on it. You know, guys, if you have only 5 bullets in your magazine, you're not going to be shooting a bird that's flying, right? You're gonna wait for it to stand still, and that's what we're waiting for.
What do we got here? CBRS.
What do you think of it?
Do you think CRB will continue along? Let's have a look here. 5-minute chart. On the 5, it's definitely consolidating. 15. Let me see here. For me, like my mindset, looking at the 15-minute chart at the 10-15 candle, there's a lot of volume on that one. So for me, I wouldn't go long on it personally just yet. I'd wait for a little more confirmation as it comes above that candle. Looks like an ABC pattern on a 5-minute chart. I wouldn't go long. I think it's a short, if anything, especially with the SPY and the Qs where they are. What do you think?
I usually, when I'm not confident enough, I usually love zooming out all the way till yesterday. And if you guys see what happened here yesterday, this is the level that was rejected multiple times. Same level was rejected at the open, and same level got closer to it and it got rejected. So as long as we're sitting below this area, it's probably a short for a range play. After we clear the $300 area, it could give us a nice next flag to the upside, at least all the way up here. So you
would
can see
wait
how clear this range is, right? There it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Every time we're around the low, we go up. Every time we're up, we go down, right? Every time we're down, we go up. Every time we're up, we go down. Down, we go up. So that's why I remember when we were talking on Friday, if you want to go long, you want to go long at the lowest quarter of the range. If you want to go short, you want to go short at the highest quarter of the range. If you want to, another way is to play to the long side at the break of the range to the upside or at the break to the downside. Now, some might say, but okay, we broke around here. Wasn't this a good short around here? Probably not. Why is that? Because of the 3 candlestick rule. This thing went straight into the bottom and broke. There will be a lot of covering around here. So what do you want to see before you play to the short side? Wait for it to flag and then play the short. Same thing around here. We go from the low to the high. So you do not want to play it long somewhere around here. What do you want to see? You want to see it flagging before the break. If we see that, that would be a decent opportunity to the long side. At this stage, it's a short. At this stage, it's a long. At this stage, it's short. Sorry, a long. And at this stage, it's a short.
So on
Just draw a few
CBRS,
scenarios. Yeah, what do you say about CBRS?
Yeah, so if you're just that range that you marked out, say 297, would you wait for it to come out of that area and then retest into it, then go long?
Yeah, I want to see it clearing out of this area. And if it clears it out within candlestick 1 or 2, it could be played. If clears it
Okay.
out within candlestick 3, then yes, it needs to retest it before we end up playing it for the
Got it.
continuation. Awesome. I'm in next book title, one bullet. I'll do that, Frank. Yep. Russian roulette.
Hey, but I have a question for you. I
Mhm.
saw a trader inside the funded account who's taking about 125 trades a day. Have you seen that ever in your life before? Like that many trades?
I've seen actually traders having Christmas trees on their charts. They playing it long and short all the day. It's exhausting, to be fair.
Yeah.
But it depends on the on the trading style. If he
Yeah.
has a strategy and he's a scalper and that works for him, he's free to do it. Actually, one of my mentees a few years ago, a couple of years ago, he was trading using Charles Schwab. And for those who are using this software, this broker, you probably know that their fills are really good, similar to Interactive Brokers and Dash Trader, but they were also commission free. And that's the good thing about here. So what did he do? He developed a strategy where he takes like literally tens of trades, almost hundreds of trades a day, scalps them, kind of playing the spread, which worked well for him in the long run. But eventually, Charles Schwab started closing accounts for doing this. They started sending warnings, and that strategy is not working anymore for him. So he is rebuilding his trade book. So yeah, there are trading styles and strategies, and if it works for you, then do it. But for me, it's exhausting. I used to take 20, 30 trades, 40 trades a day when I just started trading, and it was painful for my eyes and for my brain.
Yeah,
What was
and
the
that was
most
my
trades you have
thing.
taken, Dave?
The most I've taken like 15, I think. But like you said, it's the mental capacity for me. It's just like and eventually you just get to a point. It's like I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Like I'm not doing my strategy. For me, like the momentum style, right? But I was digging into this person's trade, and they're just taking quick like scalps of like 2,500, 5,000 shares. Boom, they're in, they're out. They see like a quick doji candle, they get in, they get out, and that's how they were doing it. And to their credit, they're profitable. Like in the funded trading account, they're profitable. I think they've been doing it for about a month and a half, and they're already up, I think, $5,500. But I've just never seen someone take that many trades. But I mean, it's working for them. When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's not though. And when you're looking at their calendar, it's like they'll be up $2,500, but then those bad days, it's like, okay, she's down 5, right? So I mean, like you said, if it fits your trade book, do it.
There needs to be a system. There obviously needs to be a system. And I know that specifically talking about this Minty, they had a system and there were lots of traders doing this system. Like Frank said, I'm sorry, this technique is banned because it works. I mean, maybe and maybe not. Remember that commission free doesn't necessarily mean commission free for the broker, right? The broker,
Right.
they could make money on the spread. So they could allow you to trade commission free, but they still make money on the spread. And anyway, they make money from you, especially when you are kind of paying 1, 2, 3 trades a day. But when you're like a hyper scalper, like Dylan said, 300 to 400 micro scalps, where you are benefiting from the spread that the broker should be benefiting from. Now the broker is giving you commission free trade and you're making money instead of them. So it makes sense that they eventually banned this trading system or trading method. But again, if it's a system and you have worked it, out, you can do it. Take even 100 trades. But for me, it's really difficult to do that. My mind is not going to accept it. I'm just going to explode.
Yeah, exactly.
I know Chris is taking a lot of trades as a scalper. I remember Chris MC had the same. You were in BBT in the chat room, right? I remember you used to take a lot of trades. I'm not sure if you are doing it the exact same way
There you go.
right now.
You're taking 8 trades today and you're up $1,600. Well, you're doing something right, my friend. So keep it up. Good for you. Yazzie trades. I tried trading low float stocks. It was like that. I was always afraid that the stocks would be a second offering. Yeah. When I first started trading too, I got burned in a couple halts. It's low floats are dangerous. It's a double-edged sword, right? They call it the widowmaker for a reason. They can make you a lot of money, but you can blow up accounts extremely fast, especially if you get stuck in a halt. So just be careful with those low floats, but you can make money on them. There's no doubt about it. Just be careful. Just take half your share size. Let's see what happens.
Guys, there is literally nothing wrong in trading low floats, but you need to understand what's the best time for that. If you're a trader who trades low floats, make sure that you're trading during the pre-market or during after hours, because pre-market and after hours you don't get halts. So you'll struggle with the fields because you cannot use market orders on limit orders, but at least there are no halts. You can manage the risk there. If you trade low floats after the market open, you cannot manage the risk. If it gets halted and opens 50 or 20 or 30% below your stop loss, you're just going to lose a lot. That's why low floats need to be traded during pre-market and after hours, preferably. And you see these guys? There it is. The Qs is breaking to the downside, and that's what we're talking about. It's probably going to sell off. And this is one of these moments where Atlas is just so helpful, especially like I mentioned, on the Qs and on the SPY, you don't always get this imbalanced level 2. It's usually balanced because it's heavily traded by algos. If I zoom it in right now, I want you to see how this thing looks. You see? Orange, orange, red, red, right? Red, red. If I zoom it out, I mean, you will see that this thing, orange, orange, it's so balanced. Yellow, yellow. And you could see these lines around here. Small, small, big, big, followed by small, followed by small, followed by big, followed by big. It's so balanced because it's so heavily traded by algos. But then you come to this. One massive order down here. That tells you something. It doesn't mean that it is going to go to this order, which is sitting at $700. But it's a good clue. And now combining that with the weekly setup that we've discussed, or the daily setup, the 60-minute setup, looks like it might hit it. If not today, tomorrow, but that's not a bad setup for a short, in my opinion.
I have to take Brendan's Market Atlas course and just I understand it, but I'm still learning the lines and the bubbles of just like how it goes up and down. I'm still not like really well versed in it. I understand the basics of it, but I more watch just the bigger orders like on the side, on the right side of things, because I'm still learning the lines. But the evolution of a trader, try and get better every day.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like the basics is all you need on it. You don't need to get it so complicated. These bubbles are basically the tape, right? But drawn in bubbles, and the red lines is the level 2. And that's all you need to know. Big order up there, bullish sign, big order down here, bearish sign, except for those levels that are supporting the line. There is literally nothing overcomplicated about this one. Keep it simple as an extra confirmation. But yeah, Brendan's course on it is really helpful for those who did not go through it. Kalanim, have you tried options? I'm thinking to do. Sammy, I did, but I get back to stocks. The thing about options is that you cannot trade options on any single stock out there. The spread is going to kill you. You can use options on the Mag 7 or stock with Catalyst. I wasn't using anything complicated on options. I used to use options only for leverage. So if I'm running out of buying power and I cannot get heavy enough, I go trading options. But the thing about options is that first I need to open the name, go for the right expiry date, choose the right strike. And at the moment I did all this cycle, I missed the move. So I just decided to stick to stocks. If you have enough buying power, you don't really need to do options unless you're going to do, unless you're going to be doing some advanced option strategies, which I'm not digging around.
Jared's your guy if you want to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, Sammy, I've never traded options in my life. Not once. Why does Netflix only want to rise when the market is down? It's acting like Apple used to. Is Netflix? What's their ticker? NFX. I'm not too sure. Eamon, what are your thoughts on that?
Let me see. Netflix?
Why does Netflix only want to rise when the market is down? It's acting like
I have no
Apple
idea.
used
I
to.
was short bias on Netflix today. Netflix was on my watch list to the short side today. I like this small bear flag on the daily chart. 1 week, second week, third, fourth. I mean, it was a really clear bear flag. Then looking at the 60-minute chart, we had this during the pre-market. It looked like this. And I may go for 8. There it is, like this. And it looked like we are trying to flag and finally break this level to the downside for a sell-off all the way down here. Nothing below us and free room to make money. So I wanted to see Netflix opening and give me a good setup after a fake breakout around this level. So it opened and instantly squeezed. It opened below this level, which is something that I wanted to see. Now I want to see a 1 minute open range breakout or 5 minute open range breakout, and it just spiked up. So Vinay is saying Netflix has few analyst upgrades today. Yeah, maybe that's why it ended up squeezing. But anyway, it was pattern wise, it was on my short list, but never gave me the entry. So I'm glad I didn't get my entry on it. Roboski, if you're having a small account, try funded accounts. You'll get bigger account. You are going to risk less than you're risking in your account. So if you end up blowing up this funded account, you're not going to blow up all your money.
Yeah, as you trade, you just got a payout today. Congratulations. Here you go. Got a small payout. Yeah, and I mentioned this on Friday as well, but the goal for the funded account is not only just to learn to trade, but a good target for yourself is just to make back the money that you invested into it. So, I mean, it's $300, right? So if you can make that money back over the 3 months, it's a win, right? Another target for you could be if you make that $3,000, check out the P Capital Bootcamp. That for me was the really positive thing in my trading career. I didn't get as much as I wanted to out of it because my son was born around that time. But I know a lot of people, once you've taken the P Capital Bootcamp, it really takes your trading to the next level. And if you make a little money in the funded account, invest into the P Capital Bootcamp, and it can really take your trading to the next level. Yeah, you're welcome. You bet. I'm not really watching it. I mean, Intel is kind of bouncing right now. Let's see. The SPY and the Qs look like they've kind of hit a bottom. If this closes I mean, this is the thing. I'm kind of chasing it. A nice entry on Intel would have been 107. And if it closes above the 50, it might go if it closes above the 50 here. Let's check the 5-minute here. And this is something, again, I've learned from Eamon as well. Like, if you miss the move, just don't take it. Like, if you're, if we're chatting back and forth, we're looking at other charts and whatnot, and you come back to it, see, now it's going to go. So a really nice entry would have been 107. And then if it retraces a little bit, you're not going to get stopped out. But if you get in right now and it comes back down and tests the zone, you're going to get stopped out. So unless you're going to do a quick scalp, like 1,000 shares, and you want to make, 40 cents, boom. See, the old me would have got in right there, and I just would have got stopped out because I would have had FOMO of missing on that doji candle. And if you look at the volume at around 1134 on it, look how many people, this is how I see it, got in there. There's 3 green candles, as we like to see, and then the fourth volume bar really spikes up to about 205,000 shares. So a lot of people took that trade at that entry. So if you get in with that movement, boom, you would have made 50 cents. So now people are taking profits around 50 cents. It's a nice psychological number of 107.50. And you can see the volume, and now it's starting to turn red. So people are taking a little bit of profit there. Now it'll retrace. But if you got in at that 107.40 and put your stop loss under that big candle, chances are you're going to get stopped out. And then if it moves up, you're going to miss that move. And that just comes with experience. Like I said, the old me, I would have got in at probably, I would have got in at 107.40, and I probably would, I get stopped out right now, boom. But if you're in at that 1134 bar, if this thing retraces a little bit, you could even add because you have a good average, right? So just be mindful of that. And those are the things that I've learned as a trader as well. Really look at the volume for that confirmation as well. And once you're in it with a little bit of momentum, there's people behind you, take your partials and just enjoy the ride and try and get back up to that 108, say 75. Sorry, ramble.
It's all good. Yeah, there was a nice trap around here because I thought it's going to go to 700. It broke the low of the day, recovered, and yeah, like Kyle said, 1134 really good entry, and then you partial all the way up. I'm still not liking it for long, even though it could continue going higher. I want to see it selling off. I want to see it sitting around the $700 area before I look for a reversal play, or I want to see these hourly candlestick closes as a hammer or as a doji before I look for a long play. Remember, patience pays off, guys. It's not necessary to be in every single trade out there, but you must always wait for your entry criteria and for a setup to meet all your trade book checklists. Let's take a look at MU. I'm kind of following the market. Good
MU.
luck, Cerebras, Sammy. Yep, MU.
Again, if we're looking at like the spies and the Qs, if the SPY closes on top of 737.40, I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of just in a range for me on MU. I wouldn't go long. If anything, I see it as a short, but what do I know? I'm just playing the range on MU. How about AMAT? AMAT.
You see, everything looks now like it's following the market. We have almost the exact same type of price action. But AMAT does also look interesting for long. I mean, we are sitting around the level of support. We have the double bottom around a good daily level on a low relative volume, by the way, which is a really good confirmation for reversals. But I'm not sure. Usually when I play these reversals, I want my entry to be within the beginning of the move, somewhere down here. Somewhere down here would have been the ideal entry. Playing it up here is a bit too late, don't you think?
Do you, as far as like the moving averages, once they cross over, do you use that as an entry sometimes too? Like on AMAT, say 1140 at 1140. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. Would you get in around there? Yeah.
Where exactly? Around here?
No, around 1140, more to the right, like the last, say, 3 candles ago.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Around here. You see, the moving averages did not cross around here. They crossed around here. And these moving averages on the 50-minute chart, they did not cross around here. They crossed around here. And using the moving average crosses is usually late. So one of the strategies for reversals is a moving average cross. But if you want to make that work, you do not want to play the cross itself. You want to play the retest of the cross before the continuation. That would give you a better risk to reward ratio. But no, I don't use the moving averages cross. I love anticipating it. By the moment it crosses, it's already too late. For example, if you wait for the cross to happen around here, it happens somewhere up here. If you play it somewhere around here, you could lock in profits around there. But if you wait for the cross and then you get the entry, you're not going to survive the pullback. If you want to go aggressive on it, wait for the cross and the retest of the cross. At least you'll be able to catch somewhere around the beginning of the move.
Nice. So the candle at 1050, that candle that closed as a high, right? Because there's no wick on top of the box. So would that be a good entry? Yeah.
Anticipating the long?
Yeah.
I mean,
could you see?
Probably.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
In hindsight, it does look like a good entry, but let's take a look at the 5-minute chart. Yeah, it's not bad. We have a double bottom on the 5-minute chart, the 1045 to 1050, which is here. Closing as a hammer. The 1050ish, which is this candlestick, goes from red to green after the double bottom. And yeah, not the worst. I'm not sure I would have played it though still, because the previous candlestick on the 15-minute chart was red. And normally if that happens, I first want to see a new low before I play it. So in hindsight, it does look like a good entry. Real time, I probably would have not.
Trading it live is a completely different story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yaz is asking you, can you talk about targets? I'm in a short on NVIDIA since the open and should have gotten out at the 15-minute low. Which doji?
Yeah. We'll talk. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'll answer the question that came before that. So regarding Tesla, you can see that we have a downwards channel that is somewhere around here. These are really difficult to trade because every single low looks like the beginning of the move to the downside, but they keep chopping in a clear downtrend around here. How are these plays played? You do not want to play the break of the downwards channel. It could be just a trap before it recovers. So if you see Tesla going back to, for example, 408.50-ish, somewhere around here, or 409, you can go for the break of the low of the day for a scalp. If it retests the $410 area, for example, or 409.50-ish, and bounces, you could go for a scalp to the long side, targeting 412 and 413. This is the way you want to play these downwards channels. So at this stage, you want to be careful because, like I said, this could be a fake break around here, which is trap, after which it's going to sell off. You want to make sure that that's not going to happen. How can you make sure of that? By seeing it trying to do that move but failing, after which you can go for a scalp to the long side. Now regarding the NVDA short targets, first thing you want to do is you want to calculate the average true range, and the average true range on NVDA is around $7 on average, $7 to $8. The beginning of the move is around 230. 230 minus $8, 222. That's it. This is the target for NVDA. Can it go make a move bigger than the ATR? Yes, but statistically, this is the number that's respected on NVDA. So if I were short in it, I would have been all out around here.
This is a kind of a rookie question, but I'm going to ask you anyways. Does the ATR change daily?
Not really, not exactly daily.
Okay.
It depends your soul on what ATR you're keeping an eye on. Let me add the ATR indicator. ATR. So it depends on the parameter that you're picking. Are you picking 14 average, 13, 1? If you pick 1, it's going to be so aggressive and it's going to show you the value for every single day. Right, 1 by 1 by 1, which is not that accurate. I usually love to smoothen it out. It's like moving averages. Use the 14 default. So it
That's what I
changes
have.
by a little bit. Yeah, exactly. But you can see that on average, it's somewhere around the same area. It's around $6 to $7. The stretch is 8. The worst is around $5. So I know that if today, for example, we made a $2 move on ATR, 90% there are still $2 or $3 move hidden, and it is going to make it because literally the least move we've had in a long time based on average is around $4. If you see $2, you can expect it to break to one of the two direction and give us the remaining 2 or 3. If it's sitting around the 7 or the 8, I know it's stretch because statistically, I mean, this is like one of the biggest values, right? 8 to 9. And this is what you can see. 230 minus, for example, 8.5, that's 221.50-ish. The moment it hits 221.50-ish, I know that, okay, that's probably the bottom around here. After which is going to not necessarily give us a reversal, but at least give us a hard time. And if I analyze the price action and I see that that's a good reversal pattern, the daily also shows us that it's a good reversal pattern, and we are sitting around the exhaustion area, you can play the reversal. If I see that the daily is really weak, the 60 is really weak, but the ATR is exhausted, I know that it's not a good one for a reversal, but at the same time, it's not a good one for a continuing because it's already overstretched. So at this stage, if someone tells me, is NVIDIA a good one for a short? I'd say, no, we're already overstretched. Is it good for a reversal? No, I don't like it because we literally broke one candlestick here. This is the consolidation area that we've had for the past few days, and we just broke it to the downside. So it's not a good short. It's not a good long. If you were shorting it earlier, it's a good place to lock in some profits. If you're looking for long, I think there will be some other stocks that's going to give you or offer a better reversal opportunity.
Very nice. Make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already, guys. Watching, let's see. I have no clue what to do on NVIDIA is going to do, so I don't trade until the setup happens. Yeah, exactly. Don't take the trade if it's not in your trade book.
Exactly. And by the way, guys, this is a good scalping strategy. If you're, for example, scalper, and when I say that, you do not want to play it, it's because I would not play it and I would not get a big move out of it. But if you're a scalper, just draw the key levels on the 1 minute chart here, here, and here. And you can see right now we're going to be breaking the 222, and it's probably going to be headed closer at least to 221.60 if it breaks this area. You can play the bounces from the micro levels. You can play the moves inside them. You can play the bounces from these areas directing the next level. So yeah, scalping is possible, but I'm not scalper. That's what I'm saying. I would stay away from it.
Ben, what semis are you watching? AMD, SMCI. Yeah, if you're not getting at least a 30-cent move, in my opinion, there's no reason to even take it. CBRS. CBRS. Oops. CBRS, yeah, I mean, looks like could be a potential long now, but I don't know. The Qs in the SPY, like Eamon said, they're headed to the south now. I wouldn't take it. Are you watching anything, Eamon? Or is it a bit too early, hey?
There is nothing that is setting up because the queues are probably going to be headed to $700. Not sure if it's going to happen today or not. So I'm not much interested in playing any reversal until I can confirm that the market has bottomed, or until we find something independent that looks interesting. So there was a nice fake break on the queues at 11:30ish, which made it a good scalp for a long, right? But I knew that there is not going to be a second leg to the upside because the hourly chart is still bearish. The 15-minute chart reverse ABCDing. We're not bottoming, we're forming continuation patterns on an extended market. So no trading opportunities unless it's like we said, a small scalp, and I do not love scalps. I don't love scalping on the 1 minute chart because one, you're going to get slippage on your entry. You're not going to get the exact same entry that you are looking for. If you get stopped out, you're also going to get slippage. And if you partial, you're going to partial small position, and there will be a huge chance that the price is going to go against you, and you're going to exit the rest at break even. So it'll be a really, really small winner. And there is also a chance that right after your entry, it's instantly going to go against you, and you're going to get the full loss plus slippage when you get stopped out. That's why I don't love scalping using the 1 minute chart, especially.
Yeah. That's happened to me so many times. The slippage, like even when I first started, I had a max loss of $100, but like you'd get tagged out at 125 because of slippage and the spread. Just like and you don't really think about that stuff, right? It just happens.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't really see anything. I mean, if anything on Intel right now, it depending on the Qs and the SPYs are bouncing nicely now.
Yeah.
If it closes above the 50 on the 2-minute chart, I might go long, but I like this. I'm waiting for that 3 candlestick rule. So this is a bit early. We'll see what happens.
I like this. I like the fact that we had double or triple reversal candlesticks. We broke it like 2 minutes ago, and we instantly turned to the opposite direction. This is actually a really good sign that we might finally get some sort of a pullback on the market. Not going to trade it because it's not my ideal entry setup, but at this stage, I'm definitely getting more biased, at least all the way up here, 705.45 on the Qs, or 705.40ish.
Chris, you're doing scalps on Intel, or you mean just in general? NVIDIA right now. Okay.
Yeah, Microsoft Sultanov is going to do the exact same thing as the Qs. Like I said, the market looks right now like it's setting up or trying to pull back, and I can see the market reaching the 705.45, but I don't see my entry criteria that I'm looking for. And if that happens, that could give the momentum for Microsoft to reach 419 or 419 40ish. I'm going to wait for the setup first. Maybe it's going to happen during the afternoon chat room session. And look at the beauty. 3 minutes for the hourly candlestick to close. And if we manage to close above 704.30-ish, on a higher low, I think it's going to be a good long. And I think that we might even reach VWAP and post VWAP. So yeah, at this stage, the market looks like it's finally trying to set up for a long, but we need it to close, need the hourly candlestick to close above 704. Nice one, Chris. Good job on your scalp.
Yeah. Just having fun and making money. There you go, buddy. Good for you. Like, Eamon, today, would you be looking at setups for tomorrow?
I used to do that when it took me a lot of time to go through my watch list. I have a list of 80 to 90 stocks, and back in time it used to take me around an hour and a half to 2 hours to go through them. Right now it takes around 10 to 15 minutes. So
Okay, here you go.
I don't bother by that lot. Yazzie Trades. Have a good day.
How many likes are we at here today? 408. Yeah, that's pretty good. 350 people here still. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
I love how this looks like. It's finally looking like it's bottoming. We might find a good setup within the next hour. Yes, the Qs probably, the whole market is going to follow.
The whole market.
NVDA is going to follow, probably. Microsoft is going to follow. Not sure about MU. Looks like it's more weak than that. But we'll see. Still need to make sure that it's going to close above 704. This is the tricky things when the market is just trading in a really tight range. In 1 minute it looks really good, then suddenly the second minute it goes to the opposite direction and everything looks bad. So I'm not going to rush anything. I'll wait for this hourly candlestick to close, and if it closes above 704.40ish, I'll start looking for long opportunities. If it closes below 703.50ish, maybe we'll wait for the next hour. We'll wait for a break of the low of the day, and only then we're going to look for a long opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Candy. And that's something to touch on as well. Like, just show up, guys. Like, you don't have to trade every day. Just sit back, listen, and just you can back test. You can start your trade journal and just enjoy the process, right? Like, you're not going to be a successful trader overnight. It takes time. So showing up to these YouTube sessions are important. So, and we appreciate you guys being here.
So yeah, the market is actually, you see, this is what I was saying. Literally the last few seconds is going to do the opposite. That's why you want to be patient. You don't want to get yourself chopped out. It did look good. It did look like it's going to reverse. That's what I said. We need to wait for the hourly candlestick to close, and then we'll start looking for entries. Now I can see that this is going to close solid red. So probably we'll need the next, we'll need it to break the low of the day before looking for reversals. Either way, guys, 12 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for staying around with us. If you guys have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbultraders.com or kyle@bearbultraders.com. Trade smart, everyone, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Evan.
Thank you, Kyle. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.